today's show, you might want to pull up a chair for this one. For most of my life, I actually believed what most people believe. Imagine that, right? Electricity brought light. Electricity brought progress. Electricity powered the modern world. But the marketing of electricity was not simply about a new technology. It was about creating an entire worldview. In the late 1800s, electricity was presented as a symbol of civilization itself. The public was shown dazzling demonstrations where entire buildings suddenly lit up with a flip of a switch. Newspapers described electricity as a miracle, a wonder, a force that would eliminate darkness and transform humanity. The world's great fairs became the stage for this campaign. The world's Columbus Exposition in Chicago is one of the most famous examples. Millions of visitors saw entire buildings illuminated by electric lights. The White City became a symbol of the future. Visitors walked through glowing streets unlike anything they'd ever seen before. The message was very simple. Electricity equals progress. Electricity equals modernity. Electricity is the future. At the same time, powerful industrialists were becoming household names. Thomas Edison was portrayed as a wizard inventor bringing light to humanity. George Westinghouse was presented as a man building the infrastructure of the future. Nikola Tesla became associated with scientific genius and limitless possibilities. The public was encouraged to see electricity almost as a benevolent force rather than a commercial product being sold by corporations. The language used at the time was fascinating to look back on. Advertisements spoke of conquering darkness, bringing civilization, liberating mankind from labor, a new age of progress. Electric companies did not market electricity merely as power. They marketed as a moral good. Darkness became associated with the past. Electric light became associated with intelligence, science, wealth, cleanliness, and modern life. There was also a very strong public health component. Electric lighting was promoted as cleaner than oil lamps and safer than gas lighting. In many ways, maybe this was true. Cities were full of smoke, soot, open flames, and dangerous industrial pollution. Electric light looked cleaner and more sophisticated. But what is often forgotten is that this very little attention was given to long term biological questions. The discussion was focused on, can we generate it? Can we transmit it? Can we sell it? Can we light cities with it? But questions such as, what happens when entire populations are surrounded by electrical infrastructure? What happens when homes become filled with electrical devices? What happens when people live beneath power lines? What happens when wireless technologies arrive? Those questions largely belong to a later era. For most of my life, I believed what most people believe, that electricity brought light, it brought progress in the modern world. And to be fair, that's exactly how it was sold. From the world's great fairs to the 19th century to the glowing advertisements of the 20th, electricity was marketed as one of humanity's greatest achievements. The light bulb became a symbol of genius. Power lines became symbols of progress. Entire cities celebrated the arrival of electric power. But there was one question almost nobody was asking. What if the story wasn't complete? Not whether electricity works, not whether it powers our homes, but whether we ever stopped long enough to ask what living inside an electrical world might mean for the human body. Today, I'm going to be covering a lot of things. I'm going to straighten up some details about the Civil War. I'm going to straighten up some details about this missile program. Come to find out, this missile program going on, quite outdated, also quite expensive. I'm also going to really get into that Iranian nuclear program. Well, we can all guess where it got started, right? And then there was some guy who showed up and got caught carrying monkeypox. I kid you not. So there's a lot of confusion about these biolabs and how all this biodefense stuff works. So I'm going to take a crack at all of that and straighten it all out in our minds so we can have a clear look at all of that, because the real history of biolabs started in Germany. Everything always seems to lead to Germany, right? We've always been told all roads lead to Rome. I think all roads are leading to Germany. But there was a couple of things I want to clear up. Remember, I've been talking about this concept I have about the ring of fire in the United States. So, something I want to focus on to make sure that it's really clear in all of our minds, okay? So, this follows my thinking of who are these people, right? Well, here in the United States, we use this construction method called balloon framing. That means our homes are really like tinder boxes, right? Because all that wood. And if you look around now, you can really see how it really impacts things long term, because you look at all this new construction going on all over this country, and then you see rain, floods. Well, a lot of things come out of this construction that I'm not going to address. But remember this: when they construct these homes and all this wood, then let it sit out in the rain and the floods and all that, things may look okay on the surface when you move in after they slap up the drywalls and the paint and all that. But you're talking about slowly creeping mold and stuff in your home, right? Really hazardous kind of stuff. And that comes from the type of wood and how we build our homes here. So that's just kind of an aside. So if you're ever thinking about buying new construction, particularly in the United States, I would be extraordinarily cautious. People now are starting to figure out, hey, we probably should be looking at those older homes. So, anyway, so balloon framing was developed in the United States, and that is a method of how they use the wood in our homes, and I'll be explaining that. And interestingly enough, I've been talking a lot about Chicago. Well, Chicago is the biggest influx of Ashkenazi Jews, and well, the records got burned. Lots is missing in the Chicago story. So let's kind of rewire everything today. So the balloon framing was developed in the United States, particularly around Chicago in the 1830s. Because in the past, I've been talking about timelines and all these fires and stuff, right? Burning census records. So just stick with me for a minute on this balloon framing business, because I started thinking about it, all the Chicago fires, which, happened to burn up all the records and stuff. And they came up with this concept for balloon framing, but it's interesting because even after all these fires and after every fire, they said, oh, we got to change the way we build, right? Well, they didn't change the way they built. So let me explain exactly how this happened. So around Chicago, a very suspicious area to begin with, in the 1830s, they come up with this balloon framing. The key date usually given is about 1832 to 1833, when builder George Washington Snow is credited with using the method on a warehouse in Chicago. And keep in mind, Chicago is where the Ashkenazi Jews are. Chicago is where the big fires are going to be taking place in a bit here. So 1832, this George Washington Snow guy comes up with this way to build on a warehouse in Chicago, okay? And I also posted down below the book that was written by a guy named Gus Russo called Super Mob. And it's an excellent book. There's a free copy down below. I read most of it. And in his book, he explains how the migration happened from different parts of Europe into Chicago. Being mafia driven, and it was primarily the Ashkenazi Jews. Okay, so just to set the pace here, we're back in Chicago, what would soon be home of the Ashkenazi Jews. Okay, so 1832 they come up with balloon framing. Well, that's very interesting because before that, American homes were built using heavy timber, and it was called heavy timber framing. And large beams were joined with complex mortise and tenon joints requiring skilled craftsmen. Balloon framing changed the game. Instead of massive timbers, buildings used many small machine sawn lumber pieces and nails. Long wall studs ran continuously from the foundation to the roof, creating a light skeleton. Critics thought the buildings looked as flimsy as a balloon frame, which is where the name came from. So, sawmills were producing large amounts of standardized lumber. Machine made nails became cheap. The expanding frontier needed homes built quickly by ordinary workers, not the skilled ones it took for the original building, okay? So, by the 1840s and 1850s, balloon framing had spread across much of American Midwest and helped fuel rapid settlement and town buildings. So, 1830 Chicago is a key period. So, the Great Chicago Fire. Now, when did that happen? Well, I started thinking about it and thought, well, the Great Chicago Fire happened after they came up with a plan to construct places made out of wood, right? And when they make the balloon framing, what happens is they create this funnel. So the fire can just go from the ground to the top like that, okay? So besides the wood being the accelerant, right? And then in later years, they compounded it by putting plastic siding on all of our homes. And like I said before, even if you see a home now that's been built, in the last 20 or 30 years, and you think, oh, no, no, they're still using stones. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're gluing stones on the plastic siding and then putting that on the home. So, anyhow, so let's get back to the first problem, which is the wood, okay? So they come up with this idea in the 1830s for this balloon construction. And I kept hearing after this fire, people were yelling, oh, we got to stop building with wood. And nothing was making sense to me. Okay, so right after they come up with this idea how to build, in 1871, they have the Great Chicago Fire. The Chicago Fire burned for that was the one where they claimed originally that a cow kicked over a bucket and that started the whole fire. But then later, a journalist admitted that he made up the whole story. So, anyways, however it got started, probably suspiciously, the fire burned for almost 2 days and destroyed roughly 3.3 square miles of Chicago. More than 17,000 buildings were destroyed. Around 100,000 people were left homeless, and several hundred people died. So, yeah. So, in looking at the timeline, we got balloon framing comes in 1833, 1871. All of a sudden, Chicago catches fire, right? And they say one reason the fire is historically significant is that it occurred during the Gilded Age, and this is critical, okay, and turned Chicago into a giant rebuilding project almost overnight. So out with the old and with the new, right? That explains the Great Chicago Fire. But what doesn't get explained is why, after all of these fires and after coming up with balloon framing, did they continue with the balloon framing now knowing that the fires were a big problem with this type of construction, right? So here's my logic was after the fires, everybody was yelling about these wood buildings, and this is a disaster. So sure, those wood buildings were quite technical to build with the joints and stuff. So they came up with this thing to be able to use unskilled workers. Well, that's great, but we're still using wood, right? So after the Chicago fire and all the blabbing about wood being bad, they come up with a plan that makes things even more flammable, if you ask me. And so the Great Chicago Fire, the biggest complaint was, well, the city was built of wood, too many buildings, there was wind, and bad fire control equals a disaster. So Chicago restricted wood construction after the fire in the burned district, just in that district, especially downtown, that pushed major commercial buildings toward brick, stone, iron, and later steel. And that's why Chicago has such a fabulous downtown. If you've ever been to Chicago, beautiful downtown. Yes, lots of brick and stuff, right? So I guess kind of protect themselves, right? And they thought, well, we'll construct our particular area a little bit safer. So then they said, well, ordinary housing, this is according to the historians, still needed to be built fast and cheap for the rest of us slobs to go live in, right? The worker class. So that is where balloon framing kept spreading. So, and yes, balloon framing could be more dangerous in a fire than the old heavy timber framing. But let's not forget, it's cheap, right? So, the older heavy timber buildings used big posts and beams. They could burn, but they charred slowly. Balloon frame houses use long, open wall cavities running from basement to attic. Fire could race upward inside the walls like a chimney. That's the key point in this whole thing, right? So they blamed wood after the fire. Then the country kept expanding. They said they needed a lighter, cheaper wood building system that created hidden vertical fire channels. So the logic really wasn't safety first, obviously, because the new homes they came up with were actually more likely to burn quicker. But according to historians, the logic was speed, cost, labor, lumber, nails, railroads, and real estate growth. Right. So, anyways, so that's how that all happened. So now let's walk through another interesting thing about all of this stuff. Because during this whole period is when I've been talking in the last few shows about these census records going missing, right? And the census records going missing happen to come from some very key areas like Italy and places like that. So let's just walk through this entire thing. So here in this one piece from the last show to here, we'll have it kind of all in one little picture here, okay? So we start out 1832 with the balloon framing. Then the balloon framing spreads 1840 to the 50s. Then, whoops, we have the Chicago fire, 1871. Chicago then rebuilds the entire city to be very luxurious and glamorous from 1870s to 1890s. And then I'm tracking the people just in this timeline, not the Gilded Age and all of that. So then in 1890, this is where it gets really interesting. The U.S. Census records, the U.S. Census records approximately 63 million people. The original census schedules contained detailed information about households, occupation, immigration, and family relationships. So that's 1890. Then, January the 10th, 1921, a fire at the United States Department of Commerce building in Washington destroys much of the surviving 1890 census records. And remember, these were the records I followed earlier. They basically went from an Ellis Island fire, then whatever was recovered from Ellis Island fire got sent to Washington, D.C. They were stored in a building there. And then, let me keep all this straight. So they were stored in a building in Washington, D.C., these fragments, right? But they're in the basement. So then supposedly there's some fire that gets concerning, and then somebody flips on the switch and the fire extinguishers go on, and so the remaining records that are in the basement now get flooded with water due to another false fire alarm, right? So then there were some scavenged pieces, and when they talk about finally destroying those pieces, they were talking about some very tiny pieces. So essentially the records we're talking about getting burnt kind of traveled along pretty curious route, if you would ask me, right? So, yeah, because it was 63 million people. That was that was the biggest migration period in this whole country, right? So when you read that in January the 10th, 1921, a fire at the United States Department of Commerce building in Washington destroys much of the surviving 1890 census records. Millions of individual census records are lost, creating one of the largest gaps in American genealogical and immigration research. That's what the end result from the Ellis Island fire was. They eventually burned the remnants in January of 1921. Because when I first started following this trail years ago, I didn't make all the connections, right? So that The big fire that got rid of the rest of the records was 1921, right? So 1930, balloon framing is gradually gives way to what they call platform framing, which is really kind of the same, but let's not get confusing here, okay? So where we're really tracking are these people, right? And what records got burned up and why. So let's do a little scenario here. Someone might have arrived in the United States in the 1870s or 1880s, which was a key migration period, okay? Lived through the era of the great urban fires, watched cities like Chicago rebuild, and then decades later, the best federal record of their family was largely destroyed in the 1921 fire that damaged the 1890 census records because the census is always so many years behind. Okay, so the 1890 census records, which contain records from the most important group of migration in this entire country, got burned. Okay, the late eight. Hold on a second. Excuse me. The late 1800s were the years when millions of immigrants arrived from Europe. The 1890 census would have captured many of them after they had settled, but before later generations dispersed across the country. Then the records burned. As a result, genealogists often describe the loss of the 1890 census as a major hole in American history. For many families, you can find them in the 1880 census and then again in the 1900 census, but the snapshot in between is gone. That does not mean that all immigration records disappeared. Passenger lists might appear, naturalization papers might be somewhere, city directories, church records, state records, newspapers. But then, of course, remember, when they burned Chicago, they burned a lot of these buildings already. So if you're trying to piece together your family through church records and what is remaining, so the only thing that got burned is the major census. But the sticking point is historians will say, yeah, but these other things survived. Well, yeah, good luck finding those other things, right? From the perspective of an ordinary family, especially one that had recently arrived in America, it can feel like they survived one era of upheaval only to have part of their historical paper trail vanish a generation later. So yeah, um, that's what happened. So let's take a refresher on who were these people. Today, we know the family was here, but one of the best records showing their early years in America is gone. The biggest immigrant groups that were arriving in large numbers during the years surrounding the lost 1890 census included Italy, Germany, Ireland. Ireland was pretty minimal because their immigration was really actually earlier. Poland, Russia, Austria, Hungary, which is today's Austria. The people cooking up the genius stuff. Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Croatia, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. And among the Jewish immigrations, many came from the Russian Empire and Austria Hungary. And the Jews that came in were 100% Ashkenazi Nazi Jews, okay? And then another interesting thing popped out at me because I'm working on this major timeline. Another thing that popped out to my attention was Prohibition started quite handily right about the same time. Right about the same time, all these records burn up in 1921, right? Well, when is Prohibition? Oh, Prohibition officially begins January the 17th, 1920. Remember, Prohibition in my past talking about this was really, it was about the mafia taking control of this country was what it was about. And I can't relitigate that entire thing, but Prohibition brought the mafia to the front of most American businesses, okay? And that is where they still remain today. That's why everything has a fee, a this or that, because we're still living under a mafia structure. So that is what I found extraordinarily convenient is all these people so, um, So then I asked this question: were many Italian, Polish, Russian, German, and other immigrant families living in America before Prohibition, but their 1890 census records were lost? So, what I was trying to figure out was, okay, so right after the records get lost, we now have Prohibition, right? So, yes, most of those families were already here before Prohibition started in 1920. They arrived at such a convenient time, right? If they were counted in the 1890 census, that record was among the records largely destroyed in 1920. So the entire gang of them, the Chicago group, the Hungary group, the brilliant Austria people, and all that, their records just happened to not be here, right? And they just happened to all be here when Prohibition got started. Gee, the timing is just fabulous, right? So by the time Prohibition began in 1920, there were millions of Italians, Poles, Russians, Irish, and other immigrants who had been living in the United States for decades. Because the 1890 census was largely destroyed, one of the main nationwide records showing where many of those communities were in 1890 was gone. So if someone looked only at the surviving federal census records, there is a gap. Those people were physically here, but part of their visibility in the federal records just disappeared. Of course, the church records, some of them may or may not have survived. If you want to go start looking through church records and stuff, good luck. But what I'm saying is the major the major thing that ties all this together is, in fact, the census. And during a very interesting point in time, it all seems to have gone missing. So I just wanted to make sure that was very, very clear. Now, this one I didn't see coming at first because in the past I've talked about missiles, right? We have all these missiles pointed at Russia, and Russia has missiles pointed at us. Well, I was updating my file on missiles because I did a show about this, a few years ago. And a lot of things stuck out to me that wouldn't have stuck out to me back then. So, yeah, missiles. A lot of money in those missiles, as it turns out. I mean, billions of dollars in those missiles, right? And nobody's quite sure exactly what they do. It's another curious part. So let's go through this timeline. 1945, the United States develops and uses atomic bombs. 1950 to 1960s, the Cold War begins. The United States builds hundreds of underground nuclear missile silos across the Great Plains, mainly in Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Colorado, Nebraska, and nearby states. At the Cold War peak, the United States had over 1,000 land based nuclear missiles. The goal was to deter those Russians. I'm sorry. This missile thing actually it's kind of humorous, okay? It's such a trick that it's kind of humorous. So anyway, so in the 1970s, the LGM-30 Minuteman III enters service. It becomes the backbone of the U.S. land-based nuclear force. Remember to keep those Russians on their toes, right? Congress funded these programs through annual defense appropriations rather than one famous standalone missile bill. So, because I always go looking for, well, what was the name of the bill, right? Well, they just happen to do this in a bunch of little bills, okay? So in 1991, the Soviet Union collapses. Russia inherits most of the Soviet nuclear arsenal. So now both sides had nuclear weapons targeted against each other during the Cold War, okay? But the missile fields remain, okay? No one gets rid of the missiles, okay? Funding still continues on in billions of dollars, okay? So you'll see why in a minute. So the 1990s to 2010s, the United States removes many missiles but keeps the system. So the force shrinks from over 1,000 missiles to about 400 missiles. And then this is what I talked about a few years ago. It was called, they were running these programs on floppy disks. So, yes, in 2019, the public found out that the missiles were being run on floppy disks. So 2019, it was the old floppy disk command system is reportedly replaced, okay? And I couldn't find a bill on that one. It was part of ongoing military modernization funding, 2019. So why did they all of a sudden in 2019 want to upgrade this floppy disk thing? Well, because it was critically outdated. No, not really. Because let me see here. Um, well, they've already spent $300 billion on them. They're planning on spending $140 billion on them. And they now have fewer than they used to have. I'm trying to not make this confusing because it is quite simple, but it's quite a scam. Okay, so in 2019, here's what happened. Let me see. The floppy disk became famous after a 2016 report from the Government Accountability Office, and it mentioned that parts of the nuclear command system still used 8-inch floppy disks. And somebody reading the files, and that's why I say they print these files with tons and tons and tons of pages, and nobody reads them because they plan for nobody to read them. So that's why I always read everything I come across. So somebody fortunately read about these floppy disks, right, and reported it. And the public basically said, hey, wait, what? They're still using floppy disks? And so basically what they did was in 2019, because it generated headlines, and they said, well, the old system had some advantages. It was isolated. It wasn't connected to the internet. It was stable. It'd been working for decades. So, anyways, so pretty much they kind of got caught. And, well, they claim that, I don't know, they claim that they've been replaced. The systems were built in 1970s. Um, it was working up until the 2016 report when they reported the floppy disks were being used. In 2019, Air Force said the floppy disk storage had been replaced. And but here's the question that I came up with out of all this, and I want you to pay very close attention to. If they were still using floppy disks in 2016, how much of the Cold War infrastructure was still operating underneath the surface? Really, I mean, if the system to run the whole thing is that outdated, what the floppy disk story told the public was that the government had allowed at least one critical Cold War era system to remain in operation for decades longer than most people assumed. Once that became public, a reasonable question was this: if this system is still there, what else is still there? The honest answer is that there were almost certainly many other Cold War era systems, procedures, facilities, communication networks, continuity plans, and command structures still operating in 2016. Some had been modernized, some had been partially modernized, some may have remained largely unchanged. The public simply does not have a complete inventory. What surprised people was not the floppy disk itself. It was the realization that the Cold War had never really been dismantled. The Soviet Union disappeared. The Cold War bureaucracy, nuclear deterrence structure, hardened facilities, command chains, emergency plans, and strategic institutions largely remained in place. So the Cold War ended politically, but a lot of the infrastructure built to fight it did not. So, how much survived? Well, how much survives today? The floppy disk story was one of those rare moments when the curtain opened a few inches and people realized the stage behind it was much older than they had been told. So here's my question. If the people in charge are managing an aging system rather than a fully modern one, how much of our confidence comes from evidence and how much comes from the assumption that somebody else must have a handle on it? The irony of the floppy disk story is that the United States spent enormous sums maintaining and upgrading nuclear weapons while parts of the supporting infrastructure aged in place. From a taxpayer's perspective, that can look strange. The missile supposedly got modernized. Did the warhead get modernized? Did the delivery system get modernized? Yet somewhere in the chain, an old command and control component remains because replacing it is complicated, expensive, disruptive, or politically uninteresting. It suggested that the glamorous side of defense spending and the invisible side of defense spending were not receiving equal attention. So, what parts of the state of the art and what parts are surviving from the Cold War? Really, what is true if you find out that they're really running it all on 8-inch floppy disks? That uncertainty in the floppy disk itself was the real story. The disk was evidence that at least one piece of the machine was far older than most people imagined. It opened the possibility that other pieces might be as well. Whether that was 5, 20%, or 50% of the system was never something the public was given a clear inventory of. And they're spending like $500 billion total on all of this. And it also funds into this Nassau thing that's going up now. Another big, I would say, cash grab, right? If you have anything in retirement funding in this country in terms of a 401k, I suggest you pay attention closely. If you grab some money now and pay the penalty, it would be better than having them grab it next. The whole thing about space and missiles, I would have to say, is rather questionable because this latest thing with Elon Musk and all that, they're going after your 401k. NASDAQ rewrote the rules to let the IPO go through. What does that tell you? Every index mutual fund, every passively managed retirement portfolio that tracks the NASDAQ 100 is now required to hold SpaceX without choice. So if you have a 401k that includes an index fund with any exposure to the NASDAQ, congratulations. They now have your money if you let it keep sitting there. So, yeah, so what they're doing is Mr. Free Speech, Elon Musk. Just think about it this way. I can't relitigate this entire thing, but here's the thing. Elon Musk, think of him in terms of, well, let's say maybe an agent for the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, the group that's run out of the Vatican, and they're now in Switzerland. Elon Musk is their front person. And that tells me a lot about the psychology of these people. And that's what the purpose of this podcast is about. If Elon Musk is the front person for how they're robbing people to get the money that they have this insatiable appetite for, and Elon Musk is all over the place, blah, 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 blah. He can't possibly be running all of those companies. I had a small consulting firm, only about a dozen employees. I could not have run around on social media all day long. Not how it happens. So people are pretty ignorant to start with. If anyone thinks that Elon Musk is really running all these companies, he is just the face for the people behind the curtain is exactly what it is. So anyway, so the bottom line is they're going after your retirement funds now. They want you to save your whole life so that they can come in and swoop it up at the very end. That is how satanic things operate. Be ready. They're ready to absolutely try to push every penny into their own pocket. So, yeah, the longer people keep giving them the time, giving them the efforts, Next time they're in public and you see him, maybe yell, "Hey, Elon, I heard you're a psychopath." That's all you got to say. And watch them crumble. They will fall quicker than a cheap building in Chicago. So, yeah, so anyhow, so this whole missile space thing, it really, I don't know. You're going to have to decide for yourself. I'm too old to keep talking about that particular thing. So, yeah, if you got almost $500 billion being paid out to the to the missile program, which I don't know. It sounds kind of questionable to me at least, but hey, maybe I'm misreading something, right? And then you got all these trillions of dollars being fed through Elon Musk, right? Mr. Blah 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 blah. You really think it's going to a good place? He also added some of his PayPal mafia friends before all this got started. So you know what that means? They begin selling their 20% of their stakes at the first quarterly earnings call. Yeah, so their money will be unleashed the first quarterly earnings call. All of these newly minted billionaires, just what we need, just what we need, more billionaires, right? So yeah, all these people willing to lock us up and all this, they really they're really the agents for the top boss behind the curtains. And that I would suspect is the BIS, right? These people aren't smart enough to tell a good lie, are they? They're so easy. So anyway, so onward and upward. So anyway, so let me take a break here and I'll be back on the other side. I have just a lot more to say because believe it or not, ISIS, ISIS is showing up at these FIFA games. Watch out. Hold on to your hats. ISIS is in town. Okay, before I get started, I'd like to remind you that my top pods page on my website has been updated. So all you have to do is click on any show that you want. It will download fully titled to your device and you'll be all set to go. And also, I updated the USA list of questionable things at the bottom of this page. I also updated the weather patterns and U.S. history at the bottom, so you can take a look at those if you're so interested. So, anyway, so in looking at all these timelines, I find it fascinating that these few generations in, and they're already kind of falling on their faces, right? And this is a gang that came after the Dutch crowd, who then married into them. The Amsterdam group I was talking about in the last show. Because remember, they started blending, around that Gilded Age. So let's pull out just a couple of them because remember, Elon Musk, I talked about in the last segment, is in charge of all that money, which I don't believe that these people have anywhere near the money we think they are. I think it's all going directly funneling to the top, and he's just the face. So, because the show is about their personalities, let's take a look at a couple of them before I get started on the rest of this stuff. Elon Musk. Elon Musk has publicly acknowledged using the prescription drug ketamine. And let me see, in a 2024 interview, he said a doctor prescribed it. He was described as being depressive or a negative mental state. And what does ketamine do to you? Well, it has horrible side effects, but this is what the effects are they're looking for. Ketamine is classified as a dissociative anesthesia. So remember, I've talked about their history of disassociating their own children. So now Elon Musk, who was highly likely disassociated as a child, is attracted to a drug called ketamine, which is classified as a dissociative anesthesia. It creates a sense of detachment from the body, mind, and environment. People may feel like they're observing themselves from outside their body, like out of body experiences, or that time and space are distorted. Emotional and cognitive disconnection. It can numb emotional responses and blunt anxiety or depression temporarily. Some users feel cut off from their thoughts or surroundings, which is why it's explored for depression treatment. It can interrupt rigid negative thought loops. So he's telling the world he lives in a disassociated state. Now, whether he's still on ketamine or not, I don't really know. I don't think anybody would probably know. But he's on something, right? He's admitted to the ketamine part, so we can kind of go from there that, well, if you admit with a microphone in front of your face that you're using these certain kind of drugs, then well, what else is out there, right? So if he's in that disassociated state and he's their guy to bring in trillions of dollars, well, what does that say about them? Why is the face of this $1 trillion heist they're doing with all this space up now? Looks like he's falling on his face is high, right? I just picked out one more because they do kind of connect. Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel pushes longevity. He is the one that they think should be in charge of our surveillance state, right? Peter founded Palantir with that CIA cutout and all that stuff. Well, let's spend a second here on Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel was born in 1967 in what is now Germany. Gee, imagine that. His father, Klaus Thiel, worked as a chemical engineer and later on uranium related mining projects in southern Africa. The family lived in what is now Nambia, then under South African administrations during part of Peter's childhood. Peter Thiel also is a very, very active pusher of nuclear energy, just as a little side note. And of course, Elon Musk was born in 1971, just a few years after Peter Thiel in Pretoria, and also grew up in South Africa during the 70s and 80s. So, both families happened to be in Africa during that time. Any connection? I don't really know. I don't really know. But here's another interesting thing I'll leave you with about Peter Thiel, the guy that's in charge of our mass surveillance. Peter Thiel's Instagram model boyfriend plunged to his death weeks after witnessing messy showdown between the billionaire mogul and his husband when he crashed the couple's New Year's bash. Yeah, I'm going to go there. What motivation do I have to ever hold anything back? I'm dying at these people's hands, so I'm going to tell it all. So let's tell a little bit of story about Peter Thiel today. I didn't know where to fit this story in, so I thought, well, today's going to be the day we're going to talk about Peter Thiel among all this nuclear business. Because the lead in is that he is now pushing nuclear, right? The guy pushing nuclear that wants to fund it all, right? Which will probably lead to not many of us being alive at the end of all of his nuclear ambitions. Let's take a peek about the curtain behind him. So we know he has a model boyfriend who plunged to his death, right? Well, Peter Thiel and Matt Danzian wed on October 2017, and they share two children. So Peter Thiel is married to Matt Danzian. Thiel had been in a romantic relationship with his model named Jeff Thomas, Thomas, since late 2019. Many in their elite gay circle told the Daily Mail that their romance was an open secret, but it is unclear if Danzians was unaware of his husband's infidelity. Oh, come on. They always know, right? Teal put Thomas up in a $13 million mansion tucked in the Hollywood Hills, gifted him with lavish European trips, a $300,000 sports car, and access to the most coveted parties in town. Yeah, I bet the husband knew. I bet the husband knew. But anyway, I can't prove that. So let me stick to the story here. So, married billionaire mogul Peter Thiel, who runs Palantir, who's going to try to look into every aspect of your life. Let's take a little bit into his life. So his male model boyfriend, Jeff Thomas, died after plunging from a Miami high rise last month. He had had a messy confrontation with his husband during the couple's New Year's Eve party after Thomas was discovered among the guests. And now their circle of friends believe that Thomas's death, a suspected suicide, wink wink, nod nod, was related at least in part in to his depression over the incident, after which he was financially cut off from Thiel. The exchange took place when Matt Danzians, the husband, Teal's husband and longtime partner, arrived separately to join the New Year celebration, only to discover Thomas was one of the partygoers at the posh event held at Teal's Miami Beach compound. Dancian, Teal's husband, was enraged that Thomas was among the guests, and it started a verbal confrontation with Teal that took place in front of a roomful of guests, witnesses say. Sources said the romance between the 55-year-old Teal and the 35-year-old Thomas, 20 years his junior, was an open secret in elite gay circles. So on March the 8th, weeks after New York's, excuse me, I call it New York, on March the 8th, weeks after the New Year's Eve showdown, Thomas died after falling from the balcony of his Miami high rise in what police are investigating as a possible suicide. An official cause of death has not yet been established. Well, I think you'd have to probably talk to, oh, I don't know, Thomas's friends and family because they say that there was little case that they would see himself hurtling himself off of that balcony. So likely, well, maybe somebody tossed him to his death, but what do I know? What do I know? They just had a little lover spat. Yeah, the same guy running things. Peter Thiel also has been very involved in this longevity business. A lot of them are. I guess they're trying to outrun their time with Satan, right? If I live long enough, I never have to go to hell. Maybe that's the thinking. Who knows, right? But he was involved in this company that was marketing teenage blood. So if you wanted some teenage blood, you could order up vials and get them in your home. I think the company is still going along right now, but yeah, that also connects to Peter Thiel. So, yeah, the people running in charge are really, really, excuse me. Yeah, the people in charge really have their act together, don't they? So let's cover one more. Trump. Trump Trump's was raised by a family called Drumpf originally. It was changed to Trump. Frederick Drumpf, or Trump, lived from 1869 to 1918. He migrated from Germany during the Gilded Age period. So he in my mind would be one of the relatives being brought over by the Dutch crowd, right? The Dutch crowd was over here early on, but they're bringing in their friends and relatives, right? And he also immigrated during the period that records went missing, but hey, that's just a minor issue here, right? So I'm trying to track how many generations these people are before they look like they're falling to pieces, right? So here's the timeline I came up with. So the first generation would be, let's look at Frederick Trump or Drumpf. He was born in 1869. And then Fred Trump, Donald's father, was born in 1905. So they're really in a key segment we could really take a good look at, right? And Donald Trump was born in 1946. And Trump's children would be the fourth generation, and they're born between 1977 to 1994. And the fifth generation would be Donald Trump's grandchildren. So right now, we're looking at five generations of the Trumps since they came to America, right? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you think about falling apart looks like. I don't know. Everybody's getting accused of scams, and the sons are getting called out for this. Even barons getting called out for doing certain kind of questionable things. And we're really at that German state of two states that I was talking about in a previous show, where some of us are being managed and through the system, right? Like if you start committing some crimes, you probably would find your way through the system, and you probably would find your way into prison. So we're really kind of operating on that dual system now. So their part of the world is operating on, oh, let's steal as much as we can because no one's going to get caught. And I find it particularly amusing because of this, because, you talk about a mafia don, the guy running a mafia, and we got a guy named Don running the United States. There is some humor in that. But so anyway, so the person that they feel most capable of being their face, all these people behind the curtain, is actually Donald Trump. Now, this is all a staged kind of a thing, so maybe some of it's play acting, but I think if you look at the entire Trump family, I can see a certain amount of, well, I would say things kind of look like they're kind of falling apart to me, but you'll have to make your own decision. So before I move on, there's one other thing that I want to talk about. I want to tell this entire ISIS story in one place now that I'm looking at things and getting ready to leave the game board myself, because ISIS keeps emerging, right? ISIS just recently issued a terror threat to fans attending the World Cup, urging its terrorists to set stadiums on fire and start stampedes. Lovely ISIS, right? Followers of the Islamic group have been encouraged to visit stadiums throughout the U.S. and inflict pain upon football fans. So let's take a look at the whole ISIS deal, okay? The Egyptians, my favorite people, those gypsies, called her Aset, often translated to Iset or Eset. The name Isis comes from Greek renderings of her Egyptian name. She is part of the divine family that included her parents, Nut and Geb. And yes, her parents were named Nut, N-U-T, and Geb, G-E-B. Her husband slash brother is Osiris. Her brother Set and her sister Nephilius. So, what makes Isis fascinating is that she started as a relatively specialized goddess and gradually absorbed the powers and attributes of many others. By the latter periods of Egyptian history, she had become a universal mother figure, healer, protector, queen, and mistress of magic. The famous myth centers on Osiris. Set, Set murders Osiris and dismembers his body. Isis searches Egypt for the scattered pieces, reassembles him through magical rites, and briefly restores him to life. Through this act, she conceives their son Horus. She then protects Horus from numerous dangers until he is old enough to challenge Set and reclaim his father's throne. The Goddess of Magic title comes largely from her reputation for secret knowledge. In one story, Isis tricks the sun god Ra into revealing his hidden divine name. In Egyptian thought, knowing a being's true name granted power over them. This story established Isis as possessing wisdom that even the oldest gods did not have. More powerful than 1,000 soldiers reflects how Egyptians viewed magic. Magic was not merely spellcasting. The concept called Heka, Heka, or Hek, was considered a real force woven into creation itself. Isis was viewed as a master of that force. One of the most interesting developments is that Isis eventually spread far beyond Egypt. During the Greek and Roman periods, temples dedicated to her appeared across the Mediterranean world. She was worshipped in places as distant as Britain, France, and Germany. By the 1st century AD, Isis had become one of the most widely worshipped goddesses of the Roman Empire. Many scholars have noted similarities between later artistic depictions of Isis nursing the infant Horus and other Christian images of Mary holding the infant Jesus. Whether this represents direct influence or simply similar material symbolism is debated, but the visual resemblance is quite striking. Her cult survived multiple political systems: the Pharaohs, the Persians, the Greeks under Alexander the Great, and the Romans. Few religious figures maintained influence across so many eras and empires. The last major center of Isis worship was the temple complex in Philae in southern Egypt. Her worship persisted there until 500s AD, long after the ancient pharaohs themselves had disappeared into history. In a sense, Isis became more than an Egyptian goddess. She became one of the ancient world's most enduring symbols of motherhood, protection, resurrection, hidden knowledge, and transformative power. Isis became strongly associated with obelisks, those penis symbols, although the connection is somewhat indirect and comes through the Osiris myth. In Egyptian symbolism, the obelisks, the ones that are standing in front of the Washington, in Egyptian symbolism, obelisks were primarily linked to the sun god Ra and later solar worship. They were often erected in pairs at temple entrances and represented petrified rays of the sun. However, in the mythology of Osiris and Isis, later traditions connected the obelisk to a famous episode. I'll try to do this without laughing hysterically, but let me hang in there a second. Give me a second here. So, in the mythology of Osiris and Isis, later traditions connected the obelisk to a famous episode. After Osiris was murdered by Set, a chest containing his body drifted to the city of Byblos. A great tree grew around the chest, and the king of Byblos later used that tree as a pillar in his palace. Isis eventually found the pillar and recovered Osiris's body. Because of that story, some later interpretations connected sacred pillars and upright stone monuments with Osiris and, by extension, Isis. There is also a modern claim you will often see that obelisks represent the missing phallus of Osiris, which Isis could never recover after Set dismembered him. What is historically true is that during the Greco Roman period, the cult of Isis often incorporated older Egyptian symbols, including obelisks. Temples dedicated to Isis sometimes featured obelisks or used them as sacred markers. That is why people interested in symbolism often draw a line. The obelisk was originally just an Egyptian monument. It was mainly connected to the sun and the power of the pharaoh. Osiris was a different idea. He was the god who killed and brought back. No, he was the god who was killed and brought back. So he became associated with death and the afterlife. Isis was the wife of Osiris. Her role was that she used magic and determination to find him, restore him, and protect their son Horus. Over time, Egyptian religion became more complicated. Priests and worshippers connected older symbols and stories together. By the Greek and Roman periods, Isis had become such a popular goddess that many older Egyptian ideas were wrapped into her worship. So if you ask, was Isis into obelisks? The simple answer is, well, not originally. Obelisks were already an ancient Egyptian symbol before Isis became the hugely important goddess she later became. But by the later periods of Egyptian history, Isis worship existed in a world full of obelisks, temples, solar symbols, Osiris myths, and royal symbolism. The ideas were living side by side. Isis became part of a religious system where obelisks were already important. And what I find is pretty crazy is this. There is a group now called ISIS, that group going around trying to shoot people and disrupting the events and stuff. It is a strange coincidence that the ancient Egyptian goddess Isis and the modern terrorist group ISIS share the same name. But they claim they're completely unrelated. Well, I would have to say, I see that they are related, but you'll have to decide for yourself. The goddess Isis was associated with magic, healing, protection, motherhood, and the resurrection of Osiris in ancient Egypt. The modern group ISIS is an acronym. It stands for the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, sometimes ISIL. Islamic State of Iraq, and the Lebanon. The group emerged from the Iraq War and Syrian civil war and became notorious for terrorism, mass killings, kidnappings, executions, and attacks on civilians. When ISIS seized territory in Iraq and Syria around 2014, many organizations that used the name ISIS suddenly found themselves in an awkward position. Some businesses changed their names, and people named ISIS sometimes reported others immediately thought of the terrorist group rather than the ancient goddess. So when you see ISIS in an Egyptian context, it refers to a deity who was worshipped for thousands of years before Christianity or Islam existed. When you see ISIS in modern news, it usually refers to a terrorist organization. So, yes, the modern ISIS became infamous for shooting civilians, carrying out mass executions, targeting religious minorities, and using terror against populations under its control. Human rights groups like United Nations and governments around the world documented widespread atrocities committed by the group. The shared name is essentially an accident, according to historians. Well, you'll have to decide. An accident? I would have to say it looks kind of like on purpose to me, but hey, if it's the most significant god to these people from Egypt, these people who worship Saturn, who's code for Satan, and ISIS is a big deal, and now we have terrorist groups called ISIS, well, it does make a large amount of sense if you kind of stop and think for a second, right? This is, in fact, about terrorizing the rest of us, right? So the fact that this so-called goddess that they love so much, which that whole history of Egypt. I mean, the psyops with the with those pyramids and all that. The whole history is questionable to begin with, right? But they wrote this story. I didn't come up with this story, and this is how they think that story should have been told. All this craziness about going and looking for his penis to reconnect it, and how the obliques fit in. These are the kind of story making that these people have been telling us. I personally, I never read the Bible and all that. And when I've gone back for my work and been engaged in reading some of these things, I find it just, well, I have a hard time just not laughing hysterically because to me, it appears like a pretty crazy story, right? Just like that story about the Noah and the ark and having sex with a sister. And then I don't know, the whole, these stories really, to me, they sound kind of disconnected and disjointed, and the people sound a little bit odd to me. But hey, what do I know? What I'm going to be doing when I come back is I'm going to be talking more about these floppy disks and getting into these biolabs and stuff because recently a NIH scientist was caught smuggling monkeypox into the U.S. from Africa. And there's a lot to understand about this, and I'll keep it very simple because that's the only way we're going to figure this out. Because at a certain point, they went from um, regular kind of research to what becomes defined as defensive research. Defensive research is when they go out looking for things and say, hey, I think that maybe in the future this might happen to the population. So, because the scientists, think that, we must get prepared, right? So, in order to get prepared, we got to have these biolabs and stuff to come up with cures for this disease that essentially they have created themselves, right? Because they're the ones who are predicting these new contagious diseases that are going to get the rest of us. And then when they're examining these things, they let things loose out of labs and all kinds of disastrous things happen, right? And then people start to focus on the disasters that happen. But I would contend this: all of these actions are actions part of a eugenics mix. And I'll explain more of that in a bit here. So they don't really care if these things fly out of these labs and just happen, right? Um, they just get exposed when these things fly out of the lab and they get caught, right? So I think it's important to understand when in their history did they get into all this what they call defensive stuff. And the defensive stuff really is actually I would consider it kind of like stuff of nightmares. So and that's where they get into all this wanting to probe and prob and do all this stuff to the rest of us, right? And I keep getting back to this. It's just amazing all the probing and probbing into the rest of us when really do these people own a mirror? So, anyways, I'll be back on the other side. Okay, and looking at this timeline, I keep coming back to some same parts of the question. I was pulling up how the different things were marketed, like how did they market nuclear technology versus how they market electricity. And it's actually quite interesting. Electricity was marketed directly to the public. Nuclear technology was marketed as something that experts controlled for the benefit of the public, and that is key, okay? After World War II, people had seen what atomic bombs could do. The images of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were horrifying. Governments therefore face a public relations problem. How do you convince people that the same atom that destroyed cities can improve their lives? The answer was a massive public relations campaign. In 1953, President Dwight D. Eisenhower introduced the Atoms for Peace program. So the message then shifted from the atom destroys to the atom serves humanity. Suddenly, magazines, newspapers, classrooms, films, and television programs began promoting peaceful nuclear applications. The public saw images of nuclear powered cities, nuclear powered ships, nuclear powered airplanes, unlimited electricity as far as the eye could see, medical breakthroughs, a future with energy too cheap to meter. The atom was presented as the ultimate scientific achievement. Unlike electricity, however, ordinary people rarely interacted directly with the technology itself. Most people never saw a reactor. Most people never visited uranium mines. Most people never entered enrichment facilities. Most people simply trusted the experts. So the marketing message became don't worry about how it works. Scientists have it under control, and the government is there with them. Engineers have it under control. One famous symbol of this campaign was a cartoon character, Our Friend the Atom, created through cooperation between the Walt Disney Corporation and the U.S. government. Children were taught that atomic energy was not something to fear, but something that would help build a better future. And I found that contrast striking. Electricity was sold through personal experience. Look at this light bulb. Look at this glowing city. Nuclear power was sold through trust. Trust the scientists. Trust the engineers. Trust the institutions. Electricity was easy to sell. People could see it. They could flip a switch and watch darkness disappear. The proof was right in front of them. Nuclear technology was different. None of us had seen any of this stuff before. Nuclear technology existed behind fences, behind security checkpoints, and behind government doors. The public wasn't asked to understand it. The public was told to trust it. Through programs like Atoms for Peace, the atom was transformed from a weapon of unimaginable destruction into a symbol of limitless progress. The message was very clear. The experts have this under control. You don't need to worry about what happens inside the fence. The central theme was not visibility as with electricity, but confidence in intuitions, institutions, science, and in government expertise. Basically, it was kind of like, yes, the war is over. Let us take over. Sit back. The folks in the white coats are now in charge. As a narrative observation, there is a recognizable shift in public imagery after World War II. Before the war, heroic figure was often portrayed as the industrialist, inventor, explorer, soldier, or businessman. After the war, especially from the late 1940s through the 1960s, the scientist in the white coat became one of the dominant symbols of authority. The public was told that science had won the war on radar, penicillin, jet engines, the atomic bomb, mass production, modern medicine. The message was not simply that science was useful. The message was that experts could solve virtually any problem. The war was over. The generals stepped back. The politicians made their speeches, and a new class of authority emerged, the men in the white coats. Interestingly enough, they're the scientists, the engineers, the researchers, and the experts. And another person that wears a white coat is also a butcher. Yes, a butcher in a meat shop. I would be remiss not to mention that one. So the public was told that they had unlocked the secrets of the atom, conquered disease, reached into space, and built the future itself. The message was very simple: sit back and relax. The experts are in charge now. Trust the scientists, trust the engineers, trust the institutions. The future is being managed by people who know things that the rest of us could never understand. Whether the subject was nuclear power, medicine, chemicals, telecommunications, agriculture, or public health, the same theme appeared again and again. Leave it to the experts. They know what they're doing. What makes that theme powerful historically is that it doesn't require a conspiracy. It reflects a real post war cultural trend: growing trust in technical expertise, large institutions, government agencies, research laboratories, and professional management. By the 1950s and 1960s, much of the developed world had adopted the idea that scientific and technical expertise were uniquely qualified to guide society's future. But where'd we get those people in those white coats from? Where, oh, where, doctors adopted white coats in the late 19th century as medicine tried to present itself as scientific profession rather than a folk practice. White suggested cleanliness, sterility, and science. Scientists and laboratories often wore white coats to protect clothing and reinforce the image of objective research. Butchers, bakers, and food workers wore white aprons or coats because stains were visible and cleanliness mattered. Pharmacists commonly wore white coats for similar reasons, and many religious traditions use white vestments or robes to symbolize purity, holiness, or sacred authority. So, by the 20th century, the white coat became a visual shortcut for trust. You don't need to understand chemistry. You don't need to understand medicine. You don't need to understand nuclear physics. You saw the white coat and immediately knew who the authority figure was supposed to be. And they came showing those white coats: doctors, scientists, pharmacists, butchers, and priests. Gee, what a group, huh? And it was about trustworthiness. But where exactly did that white coat come from? Before I get to there, let's talk originally about where did some of these biolabs come from? The rise of the modern biolab, looking for diseases we don't have that they could study and figure out cures for that they don't really need to and vaccines for. Yeah, biolabs. The rise of the modern biolab. By 1910, Germany established the Frederick Loeffler Institute on Rheims Island. The island location was chosen because dangerous animal diseases could be studied away from the mainland. Rhymes became one of the world's earliest major biological research facilities. Gee, funny thing, right over there in Germany. Huh, who could have guessed, right? During World War I, Germany also expanded chemical warfare research, developing weapons such as chlorine gas and sulfur mustard. This was a separate field from biological research, but part of the broader growth of military science. And that is what we're going to be unpacking today because it could all start to kind of like to mush together a little bit. So in 1943, during World War II, you got that part right, the United States established Fort Detrick as its primary biological warfare research center. Scientists studied anthrax, botulism, plague, and other infectious agents amid fears that Germany or Japan might develop biological weapons. In 1954, the United States opened Plum Island Animal Disease Control. Like Rime Island before it, Plum Island was separated from the mainland to reduce the risk of animal diseases escaping from livestock populations. Its mission focused on agriculture and animal diseases rather than human biological warfare. And right now, Plum Island is now over, well, I'm in Nebraska, it's over in Kansas. And out of just one little side about Plum Island, that's where if you've got Lyme disease, that's where you got Lyme disease from. Yeah. The Lyme disease hopped over from Plum Island, and that's where people started getting sick. Yeah. That's why they're kind of like I view them as kind of like mad scientists, right? Over there cooking up these horrendous things, and whoops, sometimes they get let out of the lab. So yeah, that's how people got Lyme disease. So let me keep reading here. So okay, so like Rhymes, Plum Island was separated from the mainland by the Cold War. Biological, chemical, nuclear, and rocket research were all expanding rapidly. Governments in the United States, Soviet Union, Britain, and elsewhere invested heavily in scientific research related to national security. Those bugs and germs are going to get us, right? So after Germany's defeat in 1945, many German scientists were recruited by the United States and Soviet Union through programs such as Operation Paperclip. Most people remember the rocket scientists, but expertise from many technical fields was sought by the victorious powers. So I have all these timelines, but I'm just going to give you kind of a broad overview for right now. In 1969, Richard Nixon ended the official U.S. offensive biological weapons program. 3 years later, the Biological Weapons Convention prohibited countries from developing and stockpiling biological weapons. However, the research I was talking about earlier called defensive research, yeah, well, that is the catch in this system because that's why I like to go back to the root because when they came up with the Biological Weapons Convention, and people heard that it prohibited countries from developing and stockpiling biological weapons. People thought, wow, that's great, right? But defensive research remained legal, leaving a distinction between offensive and defensive work that critics argue can sometimes be difficult to define. The next major turning point came in 2001, and there's always a cause and effect somehow. Following the anthrax attacks that occurred shortly after the September 11 attacks, the U.S. dramatically increased biodefense spending. So then, billions of dollars flowed into laboratories, universities, disease surveillance programs, vaccine research, and high containment facilities. Since then, a global biodefense network has emerged consisting of government laboratories, university research centers, military facilities, and disease monitoring programs. See, it's really not as simple People on social media want to tell you, well, there was a lab leak in China, in Wuhan, China. All there is to this story. Look at Fort Detrick. That's all there is to this entire story. But no, today we're going to learn really what's behind this curtain, right? So, anthrax triggers billions of dollars in research. So, that was very, very convenient if you ask me. So, anyways, I'm not saying people deserve to die from anthrax, but, I don't know if they really did or not, right? So, so it's just very convenient that that unleashed billions of dollars because it starts out over in Reims Island in Germany, 1910. 1914 to U.S. during World War I, Germany expands biological and chemical warfare research on mustard gas and all that stuff. 1925, and there's where the catch comes in. They came up with the Geneva Protocol. Everybody knows that one, right? That prohibits the use of chemical and biological weapons in war, but does not ban research or stockpiling in 1925. So obviously, the Geneva Protocol didn't have many teeth to it, right? So then, because of the no teeth, 1930s to 1945, Germany develops major scientific programs in biology, chemistry, aviation, rocketry, and nuclear physics. Well, that's pretty convenient, right? For them to open before the war. They had Fort Detrick already open for all this to take place. Very good timing. 1943, Fort Detrick becomes the center of the U.S. biological warfare program. Scientists study anthrax, the one that just got leaked in 2001. So they're already studying it in 1943. How unfortunate it had to get leaked in 2001. Whoops. So they were studying anthrax, botulism, plague, and other infectious agents. In 1943 to 45, the Manhattan Project, another terrific euthanasia program, right? They developed uranium and plutonium based nuclear weapons. 1945, Germany collapses. The United States, Soviet Union, and Britain begin competing for German scientific expertise. You started to see where all the expertise is coming from, right? 1945 to 50, Operation Paperclip brings German scientists and engineers, but usually people only talk about them getting sent over to biolabs, right? Or to, the stuff they talk about with Paperclip. So that was 45 with Paperclip, 1954 Plum Island, 1950s to 60s, Cold War accelerates. Richard Nixon ends the program in 1969, but 1972, the Biological Weapons Convention prohibits, but it allows the defensive stuff. See, that's where it gets tricky. In 2001, anthrax triggers it again and then triggers billions of dollars. And so right now, the U.S. is looking at 120. Well, they're never going to tell you how many of them, but right now, from 2000 to the present, a global network of BSL-3 and BSL-4 laboratories expand. Discussions about U.S. funded biolabs often refer to this broader biodefense infrastructure. So, yeah, it happened during that time. Um, and it all got triggered by just that one thing, like the anthrax, which they'd already been studying it since what 45. So yeah, it all kind of comes full circle. So let me lay out this scenario for you because this is where I'm going with all this stuff, and I don't want to bury the lead, and then I'll fill in the details in a bit here. Let's say that someone in the 20th century, like you and I, genuinely believed eugenics was a scientific roadmap for improving humanity. Then the emergence of all these new technologies at the same time would have looked extraordinarily different, right? So I believe that in the early 20th century, people genuinely believed eugenics was a scientific roadmap for improving humanity, right? But it triggered a lot of things. It triggered genetics and hereditary theories. It triggered biological research labs, chemical warfare, radiation research, mass public health programs, statistics and population studies, industrial scale bureaucracies. To some people, especially in the 1910 to 1940 period, these weren't separate subjects. They were all pieces of what they saw as scientific management of society. That's one reason eugenics attracted support from academics, physicians, politicians, philanthropists, and social reformers across multiple countries. They often believed they could engineer a healthier, stronger, more efficient population, or so the story goes. The danger came when people started viewing human beings as a population to be managed rather than individuals with rights. Once you accept the premise that experts should determine who should reproduce, who should immigrate, who should be institutionalized, or whose traits are desired, the ethical guardrails can disappear very quickly. That doesn't mean that biolabs, chemical labs, or radiation projects were secretly a eugenics program. Probably many were not. But historically, there was definitely an era where eugenic advocates were there, public health officials, biological researchers, psychiatrists, statisticians, and government planners often moved in the same professional circles. It is really hard to separate these professional groups from the other, right? So, because from the Gilded Age, I talked about this in the last show, it morphed right into the progressive area. And the progressive area was partially about eugenics. And that same period saw electrification, industrial chemistry, bacteriology, and modern medicine. So yeah, so a lot of things really happened at that same time. So when you place the lab Rhymes over in Germany with Fort Detrick, chemical warfare programs, uranium research, and eugenics on a timeline, they all emerge from roughly the same historical moment. The belief that science and expertise could solve nearly every human problem. And they're doing it again now. They sold AI parts and, well, we're going to cure cancer. Well, the patterns exist. It's nothing but a magic trick, right? And the guy behind the curtains keeps dishing out the same magic tricks to the next generation, right? So, what I'm saying is that if someone sat down in 1920s and asked this question, what tools would I need if I wanted to reshape populations, control heredity, manage disease, influence reproduction, and scientifically engineer society? The list looks strikingly familiar. You end up with genetics research, population statistics, public health systems, disease laboratories, chemical research, radiation research, universities, census data, institutional medicine, government funding, and military research. And when you look at the first half of the 20th century on this timeline, many of those things were being built simultaneously, almost like they were in a rush to get moving, right? Because the eugenics movement itself was never just about sterilization. The broader dream was often described in their own books by their own historians as a scientific management of human population. And when you read the writings of many of these people that were into eugenics, they were fascinated by heredity, disease, public health, intelligence testing, demographics, and population trends. So when you see huge investments in laboratories, population studies, disease surveillance, and state-sponsored science, it's understandable that these things all kind of get grouped together because a disease lab can be used to study vaccines, study livestock diseases, develop biological weapons, monitor outbreaks. The laboratory itself doesn't tell you the goal. What often interests researchers is not the building, but the ideology behind the people running it. If you look at the period between the 1900s to 1945, this group was really starting to merge with the eugenics and all the population management. So, then you look at how they started with these biolabs and you start to think, gee, this is all starting to look like a one big, huge eugenics program, right? But of course, that's just my opinion because, so The common belief was that society could be improved through expertise, measurement, and intervention. A doctor might focus on disease, a biologist might focus on heredity, a statistician might focus on populations, a chemist might focus on new compounds, a military researcher might focus on biological or chemical warfare. A public health official might focus on sanitation and vaccination, but they were often speaking the same language. Science can identify problems, experts can measure them, and institutions can fix them. So I think we have a lot of things that just seem to kind of all converge at the first same time. But let's reel it back one more notch. Also, according to their own history and their own timelines. In the early days, in medieval Europe, around that time of that Black Death, authority largely came from kings and queens, nobility, the church, or tradition. By the 1600s and 1700s, a new source of authority begins emerging. In other words, the people were sick of listening to the kings and queens and nobility and the church. So they had to come up with another plan, and that happened by the 1600s and 1700s. They came up with natural philosophers, scientists, physicians, academies, technical experts. You can see it with organizations like the Royal Society, which was founded in 1660. The word royal is right there in the name. The old power structure did not disappear. Instead, rulers increasingly attached themselves to scientific expertise. So rather than the king says so, it became the experts have determined or science has shown. And that is exactly the root of where we got all these people in the white coats from. So, the Romanovs are another example of a broader pattern. By the late 1800s and early 1900s, many populations were losing faith in hereditary rulers. People wanted constitutions, parliaments, professionals, engineers, economics, doctors, and administrators. But historically, many monarchies, governments, and wealthy patrons are the ones who funded universities, scientific societies, medical schools, research institutes. So the expert class grew partly inside institutions supported by existing power structure. So it really turned as simply as this in the 1600s after the Black Death. Before it was trust the king and the priest. Afterwards, it was trust the scientist and the doctor. The faces changed, but the appeal remained the same. So, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking a break here. I'm recording these over a number of days, so I'm going to be talking about how a lot of these theories start to get molded in together. Because we have been really told a whole lot of things about all this uranium and this nuclear. And I also found a very interesting doctor who actually is along the same line of thought that I am, that at the root of all of this, the actual harm to our bodies is being done by electricity. And before you start going, oh, we have to have electricity, if you look at it in the structure of this is a game board, we're here to further our own. We come from a very advanced society, let's say that, okay? And let's say we come down to this game board on occasions to, let's say, strengthen up our abilities to see through things and learn and develop and all that. And the whole trick is when we come here, we don't have those memories of what our plan was for while we're here. So during our path here, that's why it's so important to figure all this stuff out, right? So if you look at it in the viewpoint of a game board, then you look at it from my viewpoint and say, okay, well, who was in charge of this game board when electricity came into play? Because I believe 100% our bodies, of course, I don't have to believe this is true. Our bodies are electrical machines. The introduction of electricity was the turning point and when they're really going aggressively after destroying our own DNA. So that is how I see it. So I'll be coming back and I'm going to be explaining this step by step if it takes me the next several days and hours of recording, because this is my chance to put this all into one place so it all makes sense. And if you stick with me, it will make a great deal of sense. It all seems to kind of come together. And then I'll also be able to show you in these nuclear treaties they did, well, they came with some pretty big flaws in them, right? Pretty big loopholes, I would call it. A lot of this is about a game of omission because they want to keep that train rolling, that they're destroying as many of us as they can, but they got to make the rest of us look like everything's okay, right? So you got to split in society. So I need to take a break, so I'll be back on the other side. Okay, well, I do apologize. The first segment, well, let me back up here a second. I had to put really powerful fans in my room because obviously there's a lot in the air here, and I forgot to turn the one fan off when I recorded. I think it was the last segment. So you hear some background noise in the last segment, but trust me, it's not as bad as it was. The last show I did, I had to actually have it edited out because the fan noise was so bad. But I'm losing my hearing and stuff, so it all works in tandem, right? Because one day I went most of the day and I thought, gee, I don't hear those fans at all. And then my ears popped. Oh, that's kind of loud. So, yeah, what happens is the sulfur starts to impact your sinuses and all that stuff. So, yeah, you don't hear as well as you normally could. Well, I still hear fine, but it's kind of more hollow. But anyway, enough of that. So, okay, so I don't want to turn this show into all about protocols and all these things and stuff. But here's the thing you need to look for. There's always something missing in these treaties, okay? Because the Geneva Protocol condemned chemical weapons. The Chemical Weapons Convention tried to eliminate them. The first treaty prohibited the use, the second treaty prohibited possession. It goes on and on and on, right? And both treaties ultimately relied upon the same thing: nations agreeing to follow the rules. The world created stronger treaties. It never created a world government capable of enforcing them everywhere. Not that the treaties were meaningless, but that the stronger treaty still rests on international cooperation rather than a single authority. So the bottom line is there is no enforcement power for any of these treaties. So that's clearly a pretty big missing thing, right? So then you're probably thinking, well, pretty simple to fix. Why doesn't the UN just take over? Well, that's exactly where many people end up when they start following international treaties. The obvious question becomes, well, if the threat is global, why isn't enforcement global? Well, the answer gets into the nature of the United Nations itself. A lot of people imagine the UN as a world government, but it isn't. The United Nations was deliberately designed not to be a world government. The countries that created the UN in 1945, especially the United States, Soviet Union, Britain, France, and China, had no intention of surrendering their sovereignty to an international authority. In effect, they wanted a forum, they wanted diplomacy, they wanted coordination. What they did not want was an organization that would march into their territory and tell them what to do. So, because the major powers never wanted the UN to have that much power, so the world agreed chemical weapons were dangerous enough to ban. The world did not agree to create an authority powerful enough to enforce that ban everywhere. Nations wanted the rule, but they were less enthusiastic about the referee. So the United Nations was created to prevent another world war, yet the nations that created it were careful not to give it the authority to overrule them. So that issue keeps coming up with chemical weapons, biological weapons, nuclear weapons, human rights treaties, international courts. Everyone likes the idea of rules, but what we don't understand is how those rules really work because agreements become harder when the conversation turns to who enforces them. So the treaty may sound absolute by saying things like banned, but when you look at the structure and you pull back that curtain, the reality is much more complicated because the public will hear, well, chemical weapons got banned. Most people naturally interpret that as the problem has been solved. But those are not the same statements. So, yeah, always the tricks, right? So, because, we don't have any way of verifying this, right? The authorities were handling it. Scientists understood it. The inspectors were watching. The institutions were protecting us. In other words, trust the system. So, yeah. Anyhow, so, yeah. And that's why they all have been doing all this research all this time because there is literally nothing to stop them, right? So, here comes the big question. If leaders understood how devastating mustard gas could be in 1917, why did chemical weapons research, stockpiling, and human testing continue for decades after the world publicly condemned it? Mustard gas was introduced in 1917, condemned in 1925, yet human testing and chemical warfare research continued for decades afterwards. That gap between public condemnation and continued research is often what catches my attention. Alongside biological and nuclear weapons, chemical weapons have been classified as weapons of mass destruction since 1946. These three categories are treated as a single class of armaments due to their capacity to inflict widespread, long term, and indiscriminate harm. Framing them as uniquely abhorrent has served as a powerful mechanism for mobilizing international consensus aimed at restricting their use and preventing their proliferation. It does not say uranium disappeared, nor does it say all nuclear related activities were outlawed. That distinction is important. Uranium exists in several different contexts. Nuclear weapons, the most destructive use, and in the reason nuclear weapons are classified as WMDs. Nuclear power. Many countries argue that uranium could be used for civilian electrical generation. This was the basis of programs such as President Eisenhower's Atoms for Peace initiative. Research reactors in medicine, uranium, and other radioactive materials have been used in scientific research and to produce medical isotopes. Military applications short of nuclear bombs, such as depleted uranium, armor, and ammunitions, which have generated controversy because of health and environmental concerns. But here's how it worked. Historically, after 1945, the world did not decide to eliminate uranium. Instead, governments largely adopted a position that nuclear weapons should be controlled, while nuclear technology for power, research, and certain military purposes would continue. If chemical weapons became so stigmatized that their use became politically toxic, why exactly did nuclear technology become widely accepted and even promoted? Given by historians is that governments and industry presented nuclear technology as having enormous civilian benefits: electricity generation, scientific advancement, medical application, naval population, and national prestige. Chemical warfare, by contrast, had few widely accepted civilian counterparts that could be promoted in the same way. Whether one finds that explanation convincing is another matter, but that is generally how the two paths diverged after World War II. The public story was this: chemical weapons are terrible. Nuclear weapons are terrible. Biological weapons are terrible. Therefore, the world must prevent their use. Most people stop there. The deeper historical story is that governments did not treat all three categories equally after World War II. And let's start off with the Shah in Iran. In February of 1979, with the Shah and his family already in exile, the Iranian parliament ratified the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or the NPT. The Shah strongly supported Iran's nuclear program. Under the U.S. Atoms for Peace framework, Iran received research assistance in the 1950s and the 1960s. Did you hear me correctly? Tax dollars were paid to Iran in the 1950s and 1960s for Iran to research the Atoms for Peace deal. During the 1970s, the Shah announced ambitious plans for a large civilian nuclear power industry. In January of 1979, the Shah left Iran. In February of 1979, the monarchy collapsed during the Iranian Revolution. The new Islamic Republic inherited much of the nuclear infrastructure, contracts, and planning that had been created under the Shah. See, things just kept clicking along, didn't they? What makes it intriguing is that many people today think of Iran's nuclear program as something created by the revolutionary government, when in reality, much of the foundation was laid far before the revolution even started. The irony is that the Shah was a close U.S. ally. Washington actively supported Iran's civilian nuclear development during his rule. Later, after relations collapsed following the revolution, essentially the same nuclear infrastructure became a major source of conflict between Iran and the United States. Interesting timing, huh? Let's talk a little bit about these smart meters. They first started applying for patents for smart meters in the 1970s to 1980s. These were patents related to automatic meter reading technologies. These were the predecessors to smart meters, focused on remote reading of meters via telephone lines or radio. 1990s, patents began to appear that combine the two-way communication, an essential feature of smart meters. And it came up with a 1991 patent and a 1993 patent. Early 1990s, early 2000s, the term smart meter started appearing in patent filings alongside developments in mesh networking. So they started moving along with those patents, right? Smart grid and smart meters surged 2004 to 2008. Major patent activity coincided with the early smart grid initiatives and utility pilot projects. So, yes, lots of patents were being applied for, right? Someone built the meters, some built the communications networks, and some built the software and construction layers. So there roughly breaks down to about three different groups of them with this whole smart meter thing. And it's the usual players: Cisco, Motorola, Siemens, General Electric. So here's what's interesting. It is a fairly small circle of multinational firms, mostly listed up from the United States, Switzerland, and Germany. Now, is that just the biggest coincidence in the world, or have I just completely lost my mind? So, and it all has a cause and effect, right? After the attacks of September the 11th, 2001, governments increasingly began viewing infrastructure as a security issue. Oh no, they're going to get us over here. They supposedly got rid of people in New York when they bombed those fake buildings. Oh yeah, no, they're going to get us. And it's all those Muslims, right? Those damn Muslims. God damn those Muslims. Always up to something, right? So, after that attack, all of a sudden, Things got to change here in the old United States, right? Electric grids were no longer just utility systems, they became critical infrastructure, national security assets, cybersecurity assets, and intelligence assets. So during the 2000s to 2010s, utilities, federal agencies, technology companies like the Silicon Valley Bros, and security agencies all became involved in smart grid modernization. Gee, what a group of people, right? All trustworthy or not? What do you think? Do you trust any of them? Do you trust even one of them? I trust none of them. So, anyhow, so yeah, the military, the intelligence, they all got together for smart meters. Gee, because they want to read our meter bills better. Actually, history has shown that smart meters actually don't exactly save money. You know, all the things they said they were going to do, turns out not to be true. Wonder what to think about that. So, yeah, starting in the 70s, they started with the patents, right? Continued on to the 2009s. So, after 9/11, electric infrastructure became viewed as a national security issue. The Department of Energy and Department of Homeland Security jointly supported smart grid resilience and cybersecurity initiatives. The language shifted from simple utility operations toward critical infrastructure protections. So, yes, 9/11 and 2001, all of our power and those smart meters became national assets. Now, isn't that just a fascinating thing, right? And along with that national asset, I'd like to explore this idea of dirty electricity. I've talked about in the past, but my goal for these next few shows, kind of rappy up some of these little details, huh? Share with you some of my lingering suspicions. Dirty electricity is a form or term used to describe unwanted high frequency electrical noise, voltage spikes, harmonics, and transient signals that ride on top of the normal 50 hertz or 60 hertz alternating current supplied by the electrical grid. In a perfect system, electricity would look like a smooth sine wave, but instead, modern electrical systems often contain additional frequencies created by switching power supplies, computers, LED lighting, solar inverters, variable speed motors, industrial equipment, smart devices, utility switching operations. Supporters of the concept argue that these extra frequencies create a form of electrical pollution that may affect human health. But critics generally accept that the electrical noise exists, but dispute claims that ordinary exposure causes major diseases. In simple terms, clean electricity would be smooth 60 hertz wave, minimal distortion. Dirty electricity is 60 hertz wave plus spikes, harmonics, and high frequency noise. And I'll be talking about a doctor named Samuel Milham, Milham. The man is fabulous and very, very smart. So, Samuel Milham, his position is this: he argues that dirty electricity is not merely a power quality issue, but a biological one. His position is this: high frequency electrical transients couple into the human body, creating chronic electrical stress that may contribute to diseases such as cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and other illnesses. That is the controversial part. Most electrical engineers would agree dirty electricity exists as a measurable phenomenon. The debate begins when the discussion shifts from can we measure it to what does it do to people. Dirty electricity is electrical noise, tiny spikes, surges, harmonics, and high frequency signals riding on ordinary household power lines that are not part of the standard 60 cycle electrical current. Some researchers argue these signals may have biological effects, while others view them primarily as an engineering and power quality issue. I need to make a disclosure. I don't know who's listening to my shows. Have you listened forever? Are you just listening now? I have been under attack in my home, and I believe it came from the 201 thing when they declared that they were going to root out the terrorists within the United States. So they came up with these things called fusion centers. I've talked about all of this. Look for my shows on gang stalking and all of that. So I am a transplant to this area in Nebraska. What I discovered was this: they had hooked up the smart meter on my property to a transformer. What that transformer did, well, it just about killed me in the beginning, but I've been trying to manage it since then. I should have been dead years ago, but I figured it all out. I caught them what they were doing. But what they basically did, when you hook a transformer up to a smart meter, the spike and all that stuff will basically send you into a cardiac arrest. So I think it's according to their plans. I think pretty much once they hook up the smart meter to a transformer, they probably pretty much can figure they've got you dead within a month or two, right? Because they almost got me. But anyway, anyhow, so that has transmitted a lot of things into my home environment, and that's why I'm always talking about fans and all that. So it's just full disclosure that it's really pretty crazy that I'm even alive 6 years later because they hooked up the transformer to my house they hooked it up in 2019, but they activated it early 2020, and that's when the fun really began. So it's killed my dogs. It's killing me. So yeah, that's their plan for everybody. But I don't have the energy to relitigate all that. If you have never heard my story, I have published it very openly. I've shown you maps of my house. They came back later and installed transformers all around my property. I've shown you. If you look at my website, I've given you exact data. I think the one thing they probably figured was that I would never make it public, right? Because if I were to make it public, that would disclose my own home and all that stuff. But no, I've been publishing my home address online for several years now because I want you to see. I want to prove what they're doing, right? I'm not going to just guess and say, oh, well, you got to believe me. No, I've shown you real proof. I have an actual piece from the electricity company that shows where all these transformers are all around my property. I've actually done shows where I've taken you on a tour using Google Maps. I uncovered their whole plot. What they're doing is when they hook you up to a transformer to your smart meter, that means you're definitely targeted, right? But what they do is they do it through Google Maps. So if you're on your ball, it's this is not hard to figure out. Just keep your eyes on the area. If you ever see a transformer around, pay attention. Where does that transformer go to? I've walked you through step by step. So, no time to talk about that today. But, anyways, let me keep going here. So all of this stuff about our human body, right? People always think, we are so disconnected from our body. That's why you see people all over the place pounding in sugar, doing this and that, because there's this real disconnect for our bodies. And I'm not going to go into all of that right now. But let me just explain a couple theories here. The human body operates through electrical and electrochemical signals. Your heart uses electrical impulses. That's why if the ambulance shows up to pick you up, the first thing they do is they give you a huge zap. And they also give you a huge shot of magnesium. Pay attention to all of that. I did a whole page about why magnesium is key. So anyway, your brain uses electrical impulses. Your nervous system uses electrical impulses. So for decades, governments, militaries, universities, and private researchers have studied whether electromagnetic fields can affect biological systems. Cold War programs examined all kinds of things about microwaves and stuff. Project Pandora investigated the so called Moscow signal after the U.S. Embassy in Moscow was exposed to microwave radiation. Military researchers explored radar exposure. Scientists have studied extremely low frequency or ELF fields, radio frequency radiation, electromagnetic pulse effects, and a wide range of electromagnetic phenomena. The question was simple: Can external electromagnetic environments influence living organisms like our bodies? And guess what? The answer remains debated. What is not debated is that the research occurred. So all this research has been done. Somebody has been looking at all of these things. So if all of this stuff is complete BS, why has everybody been looking at it, right? I found a book, and the link is down below, to a Dr. Milham. And here is the title: Dirty Electricity, Electrification, and the Diseases of Civilization. That question sits at the heart of Samuel Milham's work. I'm not going to read his whole book. I have it all down below. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about it. Milham argued that modern electrification may have introduced a factor that was largely overlooked by 20th century medicine. He called part of that factor dirty electricity. Let's take a look at what Milham believed it was doing to the human body, the evidence he relied upon, and why his conclusions remain so controversial. Many people think the story of Iran's nuclear program begins with uranium enrichment and modern tensions, but the roots go back decades. How did Iran get nuclear technology in the first place? What role did the U.S. play under the Shah? How does Israel become one of the most vocal opponents of the same program? Why that's there, I do not know. Let me see here. Oh, okay. Let me take a break here for a second. I'm getting to Bill Ham's book. I don't know why I had this copy here. Let me see here. Okay, I got myself on track here. Okay. What is interesting is that Milham was not originally focused on household electricity. He spent years studying occupational exposure to electromagnetic fields among electrical workers and utility employees. And remember, I've talked about this in the past. It's the corona, and utility workers. Well, they usually have heart attacks by the time they're 50 years old. So yeah, our bodies are so electrical, and then if you go and work on an electrical pole, yeah, you're going to be dead by the time you're about 50. They call it the corona effect. They've studied this for a long time, so this stuff is all known. It's not like it's some secret or something. I'm particularly making it up right now. So he started out not looking at that, but he was looking at utility workers, which is a very interesting place to take a look at, right? So he's referring mainly to census electrification data, urban versus rural mortality statistics, state by state electrification rates, cause of death records from the first half of the 20th century. So most discussions start with, is electricity necessary? Milham's question is this: did the large scale electrification of society have biological effects that nobody seriously investigated because electricity was viewed as unquestionably beneficial? So I'll start off and read a little bit about the first couple chapters, but then I'll leave it for you to read the rest. He says, this book is written in an urgent attempt to warn you about what I believe to be a global man made health threat. When Thomas Edison began wiring New York City with a direct current electricity distribution system in the 1880s, he gave us the magic of electric light, heat, and power, but inadvertently opened a Pandora's box of unimaginable illness and death. There is a high likelihood that most of the 20th century diseases of civilization, including cardiovascular disease, malignant neoplasms, cancer, diabetes, and suicide, are not caused by lifestyle alone, but by certain physical aspects of electricity itself. The data to prove this has been available since 1930, but no one investigated it. Consequently, the wars on cancer and cardiovascular disease are doomed to failure because a critical etiological factor has not been recognized. What's more, these very diseases are now increasing in the population in direct proportion to our increasing exposure to high technology electrical devices. The electrical part of this story begins with a childhood leukemia cluster centered in Rome, New York that I studied in the 1960s. And this is him speaking. I didn't realize that the cluster was probably caused by radar exposure until many years later when Stanislaw, a researcher in Poland, reported that radar and radio exposed military personnel had high rates of leukemia and lymphoma. In the United States, the emergence of childhood leukemia in the 1930s and the spread of the age 2 through 5 year peak for the major leukemia of childhood. Common acute lymphomatic leukemia was strongly correlated with the gradual spread of electrification from urban into rural areas. Even today, this childhood leukemia age peak does not appear in non electrified areas like sub Sahara Africa. While conducting the childhood leukemia age peak study, a few adult cancers, including female breast cancer, also showed a strong correlation with residential electrification. At that time, I could not believe that 60 hertz magnetic fields could be responsible. A few years later, a 2004 newspaper article about a cancer cluster in teachers at the La Quinta Middle School in Southern California led me to conduct another study, which showed that high frequency voltage transients called dirty electricity was a potent universal carcinogen. Dirty electricity rides along the 60 cycle sine wave of alternating current, AC power, as high frequency voltage transients between 2 and 100 kilohertz. It also is increasingly found in ground currents returning to utility substations. They are caused by interruptions of current flow and by arcing and sparking. Dirty electricity can be present on electrified wires anywhere and probably has been on them since the beginning of electrification. Ambient dirty electrification couples cap- capacitively to the human body and induces electrical currents in the body. The La Quinta paper published in 2008 by Milham and Morgan led to another study in 2009. Historical evidence that electrification caused the 20th century epidemic of disease of civilization, which motivated the writing of this book and my warning. This book will explain how a then 72-year-old retired medical epidemiologist became involved with what turned out to be the most important, interesting, heartbreaking, and difficult series of studies of my long career. The health and mortality effects of electrification happen so gradually and on such a wide scale, they went virtually unnoticed, and the major illnesses that can be attributed to them came to be considered normal diseases of modern civilization. Although major cities had electricity at the turn of the last century, it took until the mid 1950s for the last farms in the United States to be electrified. By 1940, more than 90% of all the residents in the Northeast United States and California were electrified. In 1940, almost all urban residents in the U.S. were therefore exposed to electromagnetic fields, or EMFs, in their residences and at work, while rural residents were exposed to varying levels of EMFs depending on the progress of rural electrification in their states. In 1940, only 28% of residences in Mississippi were electrified, while 5 other southern states had less than 50% of residentials electrified. So 11 states, mostly in the Northeast, had residential electrification rates above 90%. So, yeah. And so, what he did was he started looking at the disease patterns, and that's when he came to these conclusions about what he says. I believe that man made EMFs, especially dirty electricity, are chronic stressors and are responsible for many of the disease patterns of electrified populations. So, yeah, Milham was a physician and epidemiologist who spent much of his career studying disease patterns in populations. Yeah, so our bodies are electrical machines. This is about eugenics. So, anyway, so I think he's bringing up a very significant point, right? Um, Obviously, everybody seemed to know about this, just like they knew that cancer and sugar had a direct connection in the 30s. A lot of this has already been known. Milham noticed that electrification spread rapidly across the 20th century, while many chronic diseases also increased. He then asked whether electricity itself could be part of the explanation. So, in this observation, which is interesting, once almost everyone is exposed to something, it becomes very difficult to study because you lose your unexposed comparison group. So, yeah, but the core questions he raises remain interesting. Humans are fundamentally electrical organisms. Your heart, your brain, your nerves, everything in our body are electrical signals. And science uh, can, so here's the question. Can external electrical environments influence biological electrical systems in meaningful ways over long periods of time? But science generally agrees the answer is yes at some level. For example, pacemakers, nerve stimulators, MRI machines, and certain medical therapies clearly interact with the body's electrical systems. But the debate is over how much effect ordinary environments, excuse me, let me start over again. The debate is over how much effect ordinary environmental electrical exposure has and whether it is large enough to explain major disease patterns. So, what happens when an organism whose heart, brain, nervous system, and cells operate through electrical and electrochemical processes is immersed in a completely new electrical environment? That is the big question. Our bodies are electrical. Maybe that's part of the experiment, right? I believe that they knew this, and electrification is the way to actually, why do I always say evil has to come packaged as help, right? I think this is probably the best example, right? Oh, look, you got electricity. Oh, wait a minute, it's going to kill you. Yeah, this is about eugenics, getting rid of our species, right? So they said electricity improved civilization while skipping the next question. Did civilization pay any biological price for that improvement? Yeah, I'd say we're paying a pretty big price, right? I'd say we're paying a really, really huge price on all that. So I will be back on the other end, and I have a lot more to say about this subject. So be back soon. A general thought that I've had about all this that I'd like to share with you is this. What about these wars that they had, World War One and World War Two? Well, they claim they were blowing nuclear bombs, right? And then World War One, they had all those sulfur and mustard gas experiments. They were blowing it all over the fields and stuff, and the soldiers were getting breathing it all in and stuff. What about this? What about those wars? Maybe they weren't about really the war. Well, it's always about robbery and murder, right? But maybe it was just about the testing, the actual real time testing, because it kind of got really kicked off at that part, right? And the testing of that because the intent was to make it the final tool of their eugenics. Because it's an interesting move. that they've gone from open warfare, World War I and II, and then all these other wars that they claim that aren't really wars and stuff, right? They from Korea on, they never really declared those as wars, to something silent, right? Something that you can't smell or even know that it's there, and it's inside the home. So the real irony of all of this, maybe the killer really is inside the house, like all those old horror movies, right? And to implement the nuclear thing, they could easily sell it by saying, "Yeah, we're going to come up with these nuclear power plants because it'll bring us cheap electricity." And see, that will how it would distance it from the horror of the wars and stuff, right? Oh yeah, look, we found a real good use for it after World War II. We're going to use it. We're going to harness that energy, and you can have cheap electricity. Well, I don't know about you, but my electricity bill keeps going up, and we have all these nuclear plants, which I'll be getting into in a second here. So I think that it's pretty clear to say that cheap electricity was part of the sales, right? Part of the marketing plan, right? And so they had to use the positive spin on the whole thing, right? Same way they use a positive spin on, oh yeah, well, and they never really align it exactly, but they use nuclear to treat people with cancer and stuff, right? And how did that go from warfare to, oh look, we're going to help you cure cancer. Let us zap you with some of this stuff, this nuclear stuff. See what I mean? So yeah, it really does get spun in a different direction, right? So I was thinking about all these things when they were doing shock treatment on us, right? And you don't want to use the word electrocution. Electrocution means killed by electricity, okay? But early on, they've been using electrical shocks on human subjects. And electrical shock techniques appeared in some World War and Cold War era behavior modifications and also psychiatric experiments. It's kind of like, oh, yeah, you're mentally unstable and, we don't really see you as a real good fit in society. So psychiatrists come up with this idea that, well, we'll just shock you, right? So, yeah, so they came up with using electrical shocks on us, right? And probably the best documented example connected to the MK7, right? The MK Ultra. And that the work of psychiatrist Donald Ewan Cameron. You should blaze that name into your mind forever. Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal. He was getting, of course, funding from the US to do all these horrific things up in Canada, and patients were subjected to very intense electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, often combined with drugs, sensory deprivation, and repetitive audio messages in an attempt to break down existing thought patterns and rebuild them. And also, so I dug up the list of the times that they've used this same electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, on us. Well, they used it on Project Bluebird, which is an early CIA behavioral control research, and that explored hypnosis, drugs, and shock techniques. Project Artichoke, the successor to Bluebird, CIA documents discussed interrogation methods involving drugs, hypnosis, and shock. I mean, this is documented. This isn't me just guessing or speculating. MK Ultra. And remember, a lot of these records were burned. So imagine what we would find out. And I didn't mean burned, but a lot of them were destroyed. However, they destroyed them. So imagine what really happened, right? So, and MK Ultra included sub-projects using electroshock, drugs, sensory deprivation, and other behavioral experiments. And then there was the MK Ultra sub-project 68, which was the Montreal experiments. And that was intensive electroshock therapy became one of the most controversial parts of the program. So, yeah, yeah, pretty big deal, right? And so when did all that get started? Well, supposedly, according to their history or his story, 600 BC, ancient Greeks noticed that rubbing amber attracts dust and hair, and they discovered static electricity. 1600s, William Gilbert studies electricity and gives it a name based on the Greek word for amber. 1752, Benjamin Franklin performs his famous kite experiment and helps show that electricity can come from lightning. 1800, Alessandro Volta invents the first practical battery. 1830 to 1880s, boy, a really key time, right? Electricity becomes a major field of science and industry. Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison did not discover electricity, but he was one of the biggest promoters of putting it into everyday life. His companies built electric lighting systems, power stations, and distribution networks. It first shows up in 1830s under a man named Michael Faraday. He showed how electricity could be generated. Thomas Jefferson was next, 1870 to 1890. He commercialized electric lighting and power systems. Nikola Tesla, 1880s to 1900s. He developed alternating current AC system. And I'll have to divert here for a second. Nikola Tesla has one of the most, well, I would call it craziest stories that I'll probably ever be able to tell you. And here's just a little brief look at it. Nikola Tesla, he intersected with the Bushes, but before they were the Bushes, they were called the Scherfs. And one of them became the bookkeeper for Tesla, and then the story goes on and on, and then in the end, what happened was that Tesla kind of lost out because, they really could have produced free electricity for us, right? But the idea was to sell it, right? So now I don't know what kind of dispute was going on or if Tesla was really involved with the pack the whole time and this was just some minor hiccup. I don't know all of that, but I do have a rather large file on it, which given the time, I'll certainly get back to it if I can. But it's a whole insane story that involves the Bush family when the Bush family came over from Germany, and all this has been really well documented by independent researchers. But yeah, how the Bush family came over and then they stole a lot of the Tesla work and handed it off here and there and the patents and all that kind of stuff. It's really a very intriguing story, and I wouldn't be able to give it justice by going into it now. But yeah, and then Tesla, of course, died penniless. But part of the story that never talked about is he was actually murdered. Oh yeah, and that related to it related to all of them. But I'll have to definitely get back to Tesla later. So so Tesla was 1880s to the 1900s, that very interesting time in migration also, right? And at the same time was George Westinghouse, who obviously won out the deal, right? He financed and built AC power networks. So the name most people would recognize is Edison, but he was less the discoverer and more the salesman, promoter, and builder of the electrical age. So in the interesting time here, I just said Edison was 1870, right? Well, the Gilded Age just happened to be 1877 to 1897. So then 1880 to 1920, electrification spreads through cities and industry. 1880s to the 1900s, another interesting thing happened. Doctors, the people in the white coats and the two snakes, they began experimenting with electricity as a medical treatment. So once electricity became popular in the late 1800s, some doctors started wondering, well, if the body runs on electrical systems, can electricity be used to treat disease? Another just genius plan, right? So, anyways, that led to a wave of experiments. I think them interjecting this part about doctors and wanting to test it, kind of, you got to have a cover story, right? You just can't come right out and say, well, one day we were sitting around and we thought, hey, what would be really a good tool? How about if we use this cow shocker? They use literally cow prodders, right? And how about if we just use cow prodders? Because after all, their bodies are electrical. So let's just start out and we'll cow prod and we'll prod a few of them and see how it works. And that's exactly pretty much how it worked, right? So you got to wonder what about this was making doctors think it was going to treat diseases, right? I mean, really, right? So they claim from the 1880s to the 1900s that doctors use mild electrical currents for things such as pain, paralysis, nervous disorders, depression, and muscle weakness. Some treatments were legitimate attempts to help patients. Others were little more than medical fads. So during this period, electricity was marketed almost like a miracle cure. There was electrical belts, electrical baths, electrical chairs came out popular way to kill people, right? Send them to the electrical chair. We'll fry them up. And home electrical devices were sold to the public. So a key figure was this person called Guillaume Duchy, and he used electricity to study muscles and facial expressions in the 1800s. So basically, starting in the 1830s to the 1880s, electricity becomes a major science for those people in the white coats, right? So I would say that group of people had pretty good knowledge of what was going on with our bodies and stuff, right? So around the same time, 1880s to 1900s, doctors experiment with electrical treatment. So I don't think the doctors and experiments were just kind of out of the blue, right? So, I mean, nobody's going to say, yeah, this was the era that we decided to kill all these people. So, we're really thinking about what way to do it. And if we could really come up with something that would not leave our fingerprints on it, all the better, right? So, yeah, oh shoot, I just remembered I forgot to turn off the fan again. Hold on a second. I only have luckily one fan on here, but let me turn it off. Hold on a second. So basically, well, I got the fans turned off, so it should get better now. So basically, it looks like this. 1830s, 1880s, electricity becomes a major science. Doctors start experimenting in the 1880s and 1900s. Yeah, the first modern electroshock therapy happened in Italy, 1938. 1950, some Cold War research programs began looking at shock, drugs, and behavior modifications. So, yeah, pretty big deal, right? And then that followed in the 50s to 70s with Bluebird artichoke. And then the 1970s to 1990s, we then had personal computers, satellites, and advanced electronics. 1990s to present, cell phones, Wi-Fi, smart devices. 2000s to present, smart meters, defense wireless systems, massive data infrastructure. So yeah, the gap between the end of the Gilded Age, which was 1897, and the first modern electroshock treatment in Italy in 1938 is only about 40 years. So, when you lay out the dates, much of what people think of as a modern electrical world, from electroshock therapy to computers, cell phones, Wi Fi, and smart meters, appears within roughly the last century. So, really, not that long ago, right? And let's take a look at how all this lays out and kind of like, well, I don't know, maybe you can answer why because I sure can't. According to their own statistics, the USA has 94 operating nuclear reactors for, that cheap electricity, right? And they're still importing uranium from Russia, even though they have sanctions. They did carve outs to keep that uranium flowing, right? China has 60. Russia, the big bad enemy, has 37. Japan, 33. South Korea, 26. India, 24. Ukraine, 15. And Iran has one. Iran has one operating nuclear reactor. So, which countries became nuclear weapon states? That would be the United States in 1945, Soviet Union in 1949, United Kingdom 1952, France 1960, China 1964. The United States has roughly 90 plus operating commercial nuclear reactors across dozens of sites and generates about 10 to 20% or 18 to 20% of its electricity from nuclear power. Or so they say. I believe that's the cover story, right? Iran currently has one operating nuclear power reactor, and that's called the Bushehr, Bushhehr nuclear power plant. Additional reactors are under construction, but only one is currently providing commercial electricity. So let me ask you this: who should you be more worried about? The people who have one or the people who have 90? Smart meters are spreading worldwide, but adoption rates vary enormously. By the end of 2024, more than 1.8 billion smart meters have been installed globally, but deployment is still accelerating. Countries with the highest penetration include China. Japan is near completion. United States among the highest adoption rates globally, around 80% penetration. And like I always say, eugenics begins at home, right? And then, of course, we have Italy and Spain. They're early adopters with widespread deployment. So, anyway, so yeah, basically, India is getting massive ongoing deployment. Bangladesh, they're really cooking on the smart meters. And they're also rolling out these prepaid smart meters so that they can control you even further. If you don't pay the till, you can't even get the power unless you get the prepaid thing. So, yeah, smart meters are proving to be quite cost effective for these people because they kind of steal a lot of power. They charge you more than they should. And they're a eugenics tool, according to me, at the exact same time. So, that is just really terrific stuff, right? So, the prepaid thing is one of the reasons utilities like smart meters. That's how they're selling them there. They can support remote reading, remote connection and disconnection, and prepaid billing systems. Yeah, so you miss your bill by a day and they got you, right? So, anyway, so down below, I have all of the list of the countries who has them, who doesn't have any operating nuclear power stations. But I'm not going to sit here and read off a few hundred names for you. That'd be kind of crazy. But I'm just going to point out the interesting things. And the interesting things are the countries that built large nuclear programs after the 1950s were generally those with large industrial economies, strong engineering sectors, Cold War strategic interests, and access to uranium or nuclear technology partnerships. So let me pose this question to you. What about if uranium was not the real issue? Why would sulfur be important enough to become the focus instead? In the real world, uranium and sulfur are completely different things, but I can't stop from being hung up on the fact that they look identical, okay? That just is in my brain and I just can't quite release it, okay? So I went through this whole list of possibilities that would make it real for them to be the same, or how could they really be different, right? So I'll go through the list here. Well, uranium is associated with nuclear fuel and nuclear weapons. Sulfur is a common industrial chemical used in fertilizers, petroleum refining, mining, batteries, chemicals, and historically some military applications. But let's figure in a fictional or alternative history scenario. You could imagine a world where sulfur was considered the strategic resource instead of uranium. For example, modern agriculture depends heavily on sulfur containing fertilizers. Oil and gas refining involves sulfur removal and processing. And remember another key fact here, too. There was a time that they could have decided to not use oil, right? I talked about that not that long ago. So, ever since they decided to shift the whole game board to oil, that became, in my mind, a pretty defining part, right? Because if they'd gone along with the other things that had been proposed that they found they could run cars with and stuff, well, all this would go away. So let me propose this. Maybe, just maybe, the reason they hung on to all that petroleum based stuff instead of any other possibilities was the long-term eugenics plot, right? Because so now they got sulfur relying on everything from fertilizers to oil and gas refining. But if they didn't have oil and gas, they wouldn't have all that sulfur removal, right? And sulfuric acid is one of the most heavily produced industrial chemicals on Earth and is often considered an indicator of industrial capacity. Sulfur compounds also have military applications, both historical and modern. Everyone thinks the world is fighting over uranium. But in my little story here, just think about this. Maybe someone discovers the real strategic resource is really sulfur all along, right? And maybe the public narrative has been pointing in the wrong direction for decades, right? But there's problems with trying to lump them together because I've tried, okay? But I don't know because some things have been so distorted for so long that it really could all be a distortion. But let me just lay out first where the different flaws may happen in some of this thinking, right? That they're the same. So when countries enrich uranium, they need obviously uranium mines or imported uranium ore. And in this case, we pretty much can figure they had uranium mines because I've covered all those uranium incidents with the native Indians. Also, they would need conversion facilities, centrifuges, fuel fabrication, radiation monitoring, specialized metallurgy, specialized waste handling. But then here again, they never did waste handling to begin with in this country, right? So I don't know how valid that argument is. But it would also require thousands of scientists, engineers, inspectors, and contractors being involved. But supposedly a sulfur industry would look different. The second problem they claim is measurement. And uranium can be independently detected, but not in a scenario if they're all in on the plot, right? So let's talk about radiation detection. Natural uranium emits radiation. A basic Geiger counter can detect elevated radiation from uranium ore compared to ordinary rock. Sulfur does not do this. So people all over the world, universities, hobbyists, prospectors, mining companies, and independent laboratories have repeated these measurements for decades. So pretty much everybody has agreed that if it raises on the Geiger counter, it's actually uranium, right? And there's also gamma ray spectrometry, and that means that every radioactive isotope produces a characteristic energy signature. Think of it like a fingerprint. So you have the uranium 238 and all of that, the gamma and all of that. Scientists can identify which isotope is present by measuring these energies. Sulfur does not produce uranium gamma ray spectrum, so they can't measure the same way, according to them, right? So a mass spectrometer literally weighs atoms. Uranium atoms weigh approximately 238 atomic mass units. Sulfur atoms weigh approximately 32 atomic mass units. So that's a pretty big difference between sulfur has 32 atomic mass units versus uranium, which has 238. But they both have atomic mass units, right? Sulfur also has the same as uranium, just not as much. See how it can get kind of shaky here, right? So, but they also say, well, independent laboratories can directly measure this without needing to know where the sample came from. Well, okay, so now we now have to then trust the independent laboratories, okay? So they also claim chemical behavior. Sulfur and uranium behave completely differently in chemistry. Sulfur burns easily. Uranium metal does not behave like sulfur. Sulfur forms sulfuric acid compounds. Uranium forms uranyl compounds and other uranium specific compounds. If uranium were actually sulfur, thousands of chemical reactions performed worldwide would fail to match expectations. And a big issue is the nuclear reactors. Perhaps the biggest issue, uranium 235 can undergo nuclear fission. When struck by a neuron, it can split into smaller atoms and release additional neurons and enormous energy. That process is measurable in laboratories, research reactors, naval reactors, and commercial reactors around the world. Sulfur does not do that. A reactor designed around uranium would simply not function if the fuel were sulfur. But the reason people continue asking questions about uranium is usually not because sulfur and uranium look chemically identical. It is often because of this. Nuclear programs are highly secretive. Governments have lied about many things in history. Much nuclear research occurred behind military classification and still is to this day. The average person never sees uranium testing firsthand. Those are understandable reasons to be skeptical, right? However, the existence of independent detection methods is a major obstacle to the sulfur hypothesis. To make the theory work, you would have to explain not only governments, but also thousands of independent laboratories, universities, geologists, mining operations, physicists, chemists, and hobbyists who obtain the same measurements using different instruments and different techniques. That does not prove every claim made about uranium is true, but it does mean that uranium is actually sulfur faces a very high evidentiary hurdle because uranium can be identified through multiple independent physical measurements that sulfur cannot reproduce. Environmental sampling can find uranium particles years after activity occurred. Scientists from different countries can test samples and compare results. For sulfur to secretly be uranium, thousands of independent measurements from dozens of countries would have to be mistaken in exactly the same way. And that is a very high hurdle. So, and this brings me to my next point, but I'll get to that in 1 second. For example, if Bushehr, the plant over in Iran, for example, is generating electricity through nuclear reactors, then something physically equivalent to uranium fuel must be present, right? So they're claiming that electricity is being generated through nuclear reactors, right? Let me ask you this. What about what about in those nuclear reactors? What about if they're using both? They're using a touch of uranium and primarily sulfur. And here's my thinking. I'll keep going here so you can kind of follow along here. So, so what if the uranium is real, but sulfur is another strategic issue that receives far less attention? Sulfur is enormously important industrially. Sulfur acid production is often considered one of the best indicators of a country's industrial capacity. Petroleum refining, fertilizer production, mining, chemical manufacturing, batteries, explosives, and metallurgy all depend on sulfur chemistry. In the case of uranium, there is a tremendous amount of physical evidence that uranium enrichment, reactor fuel cycles, and nuclear technology are real phenomena. The stronger alternative theory might be this: uranium is real, but there may be other strategically important resources or industrial processes that receive much less public attention. Because we've had a history of this. The Gulf of Tonkin split off into the war, right? That was a false flag. There's been false or misleading claims surrounding Iraqi weapons of mass destruction even before the Iraq War. We had that Tuskegee syphilis study that went on went on against black men. That went on for years and years and years. There were various Cold War covert operations that were denied and later acknowledged. So when someone says, could there be more to the story than we're being told? Well, I don't know. Sulfur is really uranium. Well, I don't know. We would need to explain a tremendous amount of independent physical evidence. So I don't know. Uranium becomes a cover story, right? Maybe the cover story is that these are nuclear power plants, right? But that's not really what they are. They're really in the business of creating dirty electricity, and for that, they need sulfur and uranium. That is my proposal right now. So, the public sees nuclear plants, radiation warnings, security zones, classified programs, fuel rods, nuclear regulators. Everyone assumes the operation revolves only around uranium, right? Meanwhile, what about behind the scenes? The real objective is sulfur or sulfur compounds. The question then becomes, well, why sulfur? Well, historically, sulfur has been so important. And don't forget, they have been testing on sulfur on the human body since a very, very long time. So, what about if the nuclear plant is actually producing and releasing sulfur compounds into the atmosphere for a long term geoengineering project and creating dirty electricity on the inside? So, maybe the plant is presented as a nuclear facility because people expect secrecy and restricted access, right? Most people do not understand nuclear engineering. So if the fence on side outside says danger, radioactive material, almost nobody wants to get closer, right? In my world, uranium serves as the perfect scarecrow. The secrecy surrounding nuclear technology becomes camouflage for something entirely different. So, what about that, right? What if 95% of the nuclear program is real, but buried inside is a second program that few people know exists? That would require a few less people to be in on the secret, right? It's like with those workers who came to my house from the electricity company. I had two workers show up unannounced to hook up my smart meter to that transformer. Obviously, they knew what they were doing. They looked to be in their late 40s, probably early 50s, okay? Probably had been workers of the state utility company for their entire careers, right? The Nebraska Utility Company has been in existence for a very long time. The people on that board read like a who's who of Nebraska, right? So these two workers who showed up at my house to do me in, right? So they knew exactly what they're doing. All of this is compartmentalized into different compartments, right? Like they did other things to me. They blocked me from online access. They do all kinds of, and the little crazy things that they do, they really kick back on you and make you look crazy because then all of a sudden I'm having to explain why I can't access my utility bill online. And my relative says, well, that sounds kind of crazy. Well, it is crazy. So yeah, they've done all kinds of tricks with me with electricity company. They blocked me from doing online. Then I was paying online at another service for a while, and then they blocked me from that. They have played 100 different tricks. So yeah, it's all compartmentalized. Because when I was talking one time, I wanted to let them know that I was on to what was going on. So I actually signed a second person onto my account, right, to show them that hey, it's not just me here looking at this account. And that worker also had to have known what was going on, right? Because I said I have been blocked from my access to my account. Did they say, and this was customer support, did they say, oh, let me help you get back online? No, they said, I'm sorry. Why the hell did they say that? Well, obviously, people calling in to make this complaint just need to be kind of ignored, right? So I can see a lot of secrets, but I also think they're probably pretty compartmentalized. So, anyway, so here's my argument. The real purpose is probably to set up this dirty electricity using a mixture of sulfur chemistry, trace radioactive materials, and proprietary industrial processes. So when they're doing all that, the electricity will still power homes, so nobody really suspects anything. But it could be hidden within the current are abnormal frequencies and all that kind of stuff. So you still get your utility bills, the lights seem to work. So the cover story survives because the visible system functions exactly as expected, right? And this is when you get into another kind of territory, right? Because if I were to go to, let's say, a doctor, which clearly I'm not going to do, but let's say I were to do that and describe my symptoms, and if I were to mention, even in vague terms, even casually, that I thought that it was something inside of my house poisoning me, well, I would be marched directly into the mental ward and locked up for a good, well, they can lock you up at will. So that's why I would try to encourage you to really think carefully before you talk to these people also. But let me not get off track here. So anyway, so yeah, I can see all this happening just because of how they compartmentalize. So not everybody at the electrical company has to know what's going on, but certain people are definitely going to have to know certain things, right? Like I'm sure those workers knew what was up when they came to my house. So anyhow, so maybe that's what the secret is. Maybe the real clues were hidden in sulfur shipments, transformer stations, and power quality. And maybe that is exactly what it is because they have done a lot of looking into these EMFs and microwave effects on health and behavior for a very long time. Technologies like Project Pandora, they use U.S. microwave mind control studies from the 1950s to the 1970s. The Soviets had this program called Woodpecker. It was signal and studies of low frequency EM weapons, okay? So there's evidence of intentional dirty electricity as a weapon. So there's really not any proof per se, but I'll read you some paperwork that you're going to have to decide. To me, it looks like proof, okay? But the military has had an interest in EMF and its biology effects, and that has all been well documented. So, really, power grids could theoretically deliver harmful frequencies. But whether this has been done systematically is unproven because no one has spilled the whole beans about the whole system, right? So the theory fits a known pattern. Secret programs start with overt weapons, radiological, nuclear, or chemical. When politically risky or impractical, they shift to covert technologies like EMF, psychological operations, environmental manipulation, and long-term low-profile strategies. So let's lay out what they have been doing, okay? So radiological warfare research. That got started in 1948 to 1954, and this has all been documented. There was an Army memo, which I'll read to you in a bit, and that outlines plans to create weapons that would assassinate individuals with radioactive poisons, contaminate land to deny its use, combine explosives and radioactive materials. Why it faded? Well, they said that it faded out of the picture because nuclear bombs were seen as more practical. But I'm going to argue it didn't really fade, okay? It just kind of went into the background, okay? So, but it was part of the plan according to this Army memo. So it's not like any of this stuff has been invented, okay? So, but then after 1954, the Cold War focus included psychotropic weapons. mind control studies like the MK Ultra, Artichoke, and Bluebird. Then there was Project Pandora, 1950s to the 70s. That was U.S. studies of microwave radiation effects on the brain, partly in response to the Soviet microwave bombardment of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. And then the Soviet and U.S. interest in this program called ELF VLF, which was extremely low, very low frequency fields for potential use in disrupting human health or cognition. I mean, really, you got to ask yourself, why were they doing all these things if it wasn't part of this eugenics program going on now, right? And then, of course, we had DARPA and the CIA. They have been doing early research on electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, the effects, the brainwave entrainment, and the crowd control using directed energy. So, some of the applications by the 70s and the 80s, researchers like Dr. Robert O. Becker and Neil Cherry warned that artificially altered EMF could affect health. Dirty electricity, or high frequency voltage transients and harmonics riding on standard 60 hertz power, becomes an identified concern in the civilian sector. And that was the 70s to the 80s. And you notice it says in the civilian sector. We don't know how long it was going on military bases, okay? But some theories propose the power grid could be used as an invisible delivery system for harmful EM fields. There could be intentional manipulation or reckless military industrial experimentation, and it could produce widespread biological stress, fatigue, cancer, and mood disorders. And why this fits a Cold War mindset? Because radiological weapons, they were crude, detectable, but diplomatically dangerous. And they were also working on all this EMF power grid weapons and stuff. So, yeah, so I think basically what they're doing now is they're moving from what they explored all these things under the military and stuff, right? And I think they're actually now using them as part of the civilian grid points. Because, yeah, they've been doing all this testing. It's not like everybody's dumbfounded over with all this EMF stuff and stuff. But if you mention it, they'll act like you're the craziest person that's ever walked the field, right? So, yeah, the patterns are certainly all there according to the timelines. That's why I keep saying, look at those timelines. So, yeah, and then they had all these key sites that were linked to this radiological and EMF research. We had Fort Detrick over in Maryland. They were doing biological and radiological research. The Dugway Proving Ground in Utah, chemical and radiological testing. MIT Lincoln Laboratory in Massachusetts, EMF, radar, and directed energy research. The NSA facilities in Maryland and Fort Meade, intelligence and EMF research. Los Alamos National Lab, New Mexico, nuclear and radiological weapons development. And of course, over at the Soviet facilities, that was a test site, and they were working on all kinds of stuff over there. So, yeah. And major U.S. power grid hubs have been linked to EMF studies, such as the PJM interconnection. And yeah, so they started doing early experimental sites for EMF transmissions. The earliest I could find was Bell Labs in the 1960s. And then, of course, the declassified document that the U.S. Army explored using radioactive poison to assassinate important individuals. Well, what better way to assassinate somebody than right in the luxury of their own home, right? You just pump this stuff into our homes and boom, you're dead. So let me read you so you can decide for yourself. There was a leak that came out in October 2007, and this is from the Associated Press. And the title was U.S. Considered Radiological Weapon. In one of the longest held secrets of the Cold War, the U.S. Army explored the potential for using radioactive poisons to assassinate important individuals, such as military or civilian leaders, according to newly declassified documents obtained by the Associated Press. Approved at the highest levels of the Army in 1948, the effort was a well hidden part of the military's pursuit of a new concept of warfare using radioactive materials from atomic bomb making to contaminate swaths of enemy land or to target military bases, factories, or troop formations. Military historians who have researched the broader radiological warfare program said in interviews that they had never before seen evidence that it included pursuit of an assassination weapon. Targeting public figures in such attacks is not unheard of. Just last year, an unknown assailant used a tiny amount of radioactive polonium 210 to kill Kremlin critic Alexander Levinko in London. No targeted individuals are mentioned in reference to the assassination weapon in the government documents declassified in response to a Freedom of Information Act requested filed by the AP in 1995. The decades old records were released recently to the AP, heavily censored by the government to remove specifics about radiological warfare agents and other details. The censorship reflects concern that the potential for using radioactive poisons as a weapon is more than a historical footnote. It is believed to be sought by present day terrorists bent on attacking U.S. targets. The documents give no indication whether a radiological weapon for targeting high ranking individuals was ever used or even developed by the United States. That leaves unclear how far the Army project went. One memo from December 1948 outlined the project, and another memo that month indicated it was underway. The main sections of several subsequent program progress reports in 1949 were removed by censors before release to the AP. The broader effort on offensive uses of radiological warfare apparently died by about 1954, or at least in part because the Defense Department's conviction that nuclear weapons were a better bet. Whether the work migrated to another agency, such as the CIA, is unclear. The project was given final approval in November 1948 and began the following month, just 1 year after the CIA's creation in 1947. It was a turbulent time on the international scene. In August 1949, the Soviet Union successfully tested its first atomic bomb, and 2 months later, Mao Zedong's communists triumphed in China's Civil War. As U.S. scientists developed the atomic bomb during World War II, it was recognized that radioactive agents used or created in the manufacturing process had lethal potential. The government's first public report on the bomb project, published in 1945, noted that radioactive fission products from a uranium fueled reactor could be extracted and used like a particularly vicious form of poison gas. Among the documents released to the AP, an Army memo dated December 16, 1948, and labeled Secret, described a crash program to develop a variety of military uses for radioactive materials. Work on a subservice weapon for attack of individuals or small groups was listed as a secondary priority, and that was work on a subversion weapon for attack of individuals or small groups was listed as a secondary priority to be confined to feasibility studies and experiments. The top priorities listed were weapons to contaminate populated or otherwise critical areas for long periods of time, munitions combining high explosives with radioactive material to accomplish physical damage and radioactive contamination simultaneously, air or surface weapons that would spread contamination across an area to be evacuated, thereby rendering it unusable by enemy forces. The stated goal was to produce a prototype for the number 1 and number 2 priority weapons by December 31, 1950. The fourth ranked priority was munition for attack on individuals using radioactive agents for which there is no means of therapy. Yes, something so vicious it can't be treated. And I gotta tell you, nothing like a sulfur burn. Nothing like a sulfur burn. I look at those people in those pictures that were getting those burns all over them. I only have one major burn on my face. They actually burned these poor people across their chest. I really can't look at those photos, and I love looking at photos, but those are too much because I can only picture what this one burn on my face feels like magnified over to what these people had. And you'll always notice in these pictures, standing around these victims being tortured are nurses and doctors. Just don't forget that part, right? They wanted munitions for attacks on individuals using radioactive agents for which there is no means of therapy. Yes, and that is exactly how they get it with dirty electricity. But let me keep moving along here. So, yeah, so I'll keep reading from this piece. So, President Gerald R. Ford signed an executive order in 1976 in response to revelations that the CIA had plotted in the 1960s to kill Cuban President Fidel Castro, including by poisoning. The December 16, 1948 memo said a lethal attack against individuals using radiological material should be done in a way that makes it impossible to trace the U.S. government's involvement, a concept known as plausible deniability that is central to U.S. covert actions. The source of the munition, the fact that an attack has been made, and the kind of attack should not be determinable. If possible, it said, the munition should be inconspicuous and readily transportable. Radioactive agents were thought to be ideal for this use, the document said, because of their high toxicity and the fact that the targeted individuals could not smell, taste, or otherwise sense the attack. Pay attention to that. They like it because it's really a pretty stealth attack, right? I'll keep reading. It should be possible, for example, to develop a very small munition which could function unnoticeably and which would set up an invisible yet highly lethal concentration in a room with the effects noticeable only well after the time of the attack, it said. The time for lethal effects could, it is believed, be controlled within limits of the amount of radioactive agent dispersed. The toxicities are such that should relatively high concentrations be required for early lethal effects on a weight basis, even such concentrations may be found practicable. So there is this Harvard physicist who has studied radiological weapon issues. He said that while he had never heard of this project, its technical aims sounded feasible. He noted that polonium, the radioactive agent used to kill Lidovinsky in November of 2006, has just the kind of features that would be suitable for the lethal missions described in the December 16th memo. Barton Bernstein, a Stanford history professor who has done extensive research on the U.S. military's radiological warfare efforts, said he did not believe this aspect had previously come to light. This is one of those items that surprises us, but should not shock us because in the Cold War, all kinds of ways of killing people in all kinds of manners, inhumane, barbaric, and even worse, were periodically contemplated at high levels in the American government, in which was seen as a just war against a hated and hateful enemy, Bernstein said. The project was run by the Army Chemical Corps, commanded by Major General Alden H. Watt, and supervised by a new, now defunct agency called the Armed Forces Special Weapons Program. And listen here, the project's first chief was Major General Leslie R. Groves, the Army's head of the Manhattan Project that built the first atomic bombs. The radiological project was approved by Grove's successor, Major General Kenneth D. Nichols. And let me interject this Major General Leslie R. Groves, who headed up the Manhattan Project, he has quite a history if you want to look further. I talked about him. He was the one that knew about using lead would make kids dumb and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, he was involved in early lead studies, to figure out how to kill off kids and their brain capacity. That was him. And then he was also involved in Manhattan Project. And then he was also involved in this thing. So that guy, I think he had a pretty evil track, if you ask me. But hey, what do I know, right? So let me keep reading here. The released documents were in files of the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project held by the National Archives. Among the officials copied in on the December 16th memo were Herbert Scoville, Jr., then the technical director of the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project, and later the CIA's deputy director for research, and Samuel T. Cohen, a physicist with Rand Corporation who had worked on the Manhattan Project. Now, aren't they just a handy little group? And don't forget, Rand Corporation was founded by our best friend General LeMay after he bombed the heck out of Japan when he left the military. He was one of the founders of the Rand Corporation. What a tiny, tiny world, right? So I'll keep reading. The initial go ahead for the Army to pursue its radiological weapons project was given in May of 1948, a point in U.S. history following the successful use of two atomic bombs against Japan to end World War II, when the military was eager to explore the implications of atomic science for the future of warfare. In a July 1948 memo outlining the program's intent, before specifics had received final approval, a key focus was on long lasting contamination of large land areas where residents would be told that unless the area was abandoned, they probably would die from radiation within 1 to 10 years. It is thought that this new concept of warfare with results that cannot be predicted, it said. The original source of this article is the Associated Press. So, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. They started out with this chemical stuff, supposedly 1675. One of the earliest efforts to restrict poison warfare came with the Strasbourg Agreement between France and the Holy Roman Empire. The agreement prohibited the use of poison bullets. The fact that such an agreement existed demonstrates that military leaders already recognized poison weapons as uniquely disturbing and difficult to control. Even centuries ago, there was concern that certain methods of warfare crossed moral boundaries. Yeah, 1675, right about that time of the death and all that stuff, the Black Death and all that time when they started putting doctors and stuff in charge. Yeah, they come up with poison bullets. So then, of course, 1914, when World War I began, most political and military leaders expected a short war. Many believed the fighting would be over within months and that troops would be home by Christmas. Instead, Europe became locked in a brutal stalemate. Massive armies dug defensive trenches stretching for hundreds of miles across France and Belgium. Between the opposing trench lines lay a deadly strip of land known as No Man's Land. Again and again, generals ordered large offensives in hopes of breaking through enemy defenses. The result was often the same: tens of thousands of casualties for only a few miles of ground, and sometimes no ground at all. Machine guns, artillery, barbed wire, and fortified positions had given defenders a significant advantage. Traditional battlefield tactics no longer seemed capable of producing victory. As the deadlock continued and casualties mounted, military planners began searching for new weapons and new methods that might break the stalemate. Out of that search came one of the most controversial developments in modern warfare: the large scale use of poison gas. 1915, the modern age of chemical warfare began during World War I. Pretty crazy, huh? On April 22nd, 1915, during the Second Battle in Belgium, German forces released more than 150 tons of chlorine gas from thousands of cylinders positioned along their front lines. As the wind shifted, a massive greenish yellow cloud drifted toward Allied positions. Many of the French, Algerian, and Canadian troops faced the attack, had never encountered poison gas before, and had little understanding of what was approaching them. At first, some soldiers reportedly watched the strange cloud with curiosity. Within minutes, that curiosity turned to terror. The chlorine gas attacked the lungs and respiratory system. Men began coughing violently, choking and gasping for air. Their eyes burned, their throats tightened, and many felt as though they were drowning while still standing on dry ground. Panic spread through the trenches as soldiers fled from the enemy they could not see and could barely understand. The attack created a gap several miles wide in the Allied lines and demonstrated that chemistry had become a new weapon of modern warfare. Military planners around the world immediately took notice. What had begun as an experiment on a battlefield in Belgium quickly sparked an international race to develop chemical weapons, protective masks, and new methods of chemical warfare. The age of poison gas had arrived. So, from the years of 1915 to 1918, quickly grew into a full scale chemical arms race. Once the major powers realized that poison gas could influence a battlefield, every nation feared being left behind. Germany, Britain, France, Russia, and eventually the United States poured resources into developing new chemical agents, delivery systems, and protective equipment. Chlorine gas was only the beginning. Scientists, those people in those white coats, they soon developed phosphine, a far more lethal gas that was often difficult to detect. Victims exposed to phosphine sometimes appeared relatively unharmed at first, only to suffer catastrophic lung damage hours later. Because of its effectiveness, phosphine would ultimately be responsible for a large percentage of chemical warfare deaths during the war. The next major development was mustard gas. first introduced on the battlefield in 1917. Unlike earlier gases, mustard gas was not primarily designed to kill quickly. Instead, it was designed to incapacitate. It contaminated trenches, equipment, uniforms, and entire sections of the battlefield for days or even weeks. Soldiers exposed to mustard gas suffered severe chemical burns to the skin, eyes, and respiratory system. Many survived, but carried the effects for the rest of their lives through blindness, chronic lung disease, disfigurement, and other permanent injuries. As the war continued, chemical weapons became increasingly sophisticated. Artillery shells filled with chemical agents allowed armies to deliver poison gas behind enemy lines. Gas masks became standard equipment, and soldiers lived with a constant fear that a sudden attack could arrive without warning. By the end of World War I, chemical warfare had been a permanent feature of modern military planning. Historians estimate that roughly 1 million casualties were attributed to chemical weapons during the conflict. While chemical weapons accounted for a relatively small percentage of total warfare deaths, their psychological impact was enormous. Artillery shells could be heard, infantry attacks could be seen. Poison gas was different. It often arrived silently, carried by the wind, attacking the lungs, eyes, and skin before soldiers fully understood what was happening. The fear of an invisible weapon that could drift across a battlefield and turn the very air into a threat left a lasting impression on an entire generation of soldiers. 1917 to 1918, when the United States entered World War I in April of 1917, it found itself joining a conflict in which poison gas had already become a major feature of the battlefield. American military leaders quickly recognized that the nation was unprepared for this new form of combat. The European powers had spent years developing chemical weapons, protective equipment, and specialized training, while the United States was only beginning to understand the scale of the challenge. In response, the U.S. Army rapidly expanded its chemical warfare capabilities. Specialized units were organized to handle chemical agents, develop defensive measures, and train troops in gas warfare. Research facilities were established, scientists were recruited, and factories began producing chemical agents and protective equipment on a large scale. American military planners understood that chemical warfare involved two separate challenges. The first was offensive, understanding how chemical agents could be used on the battlefield. The second, however, was defensive, protecting American soldiers from the gas attacks they would eventually face. Gas masks, protective clothing, detection methods, and decontamination procedures became major areas of research. The urgency of wartime mobilization accelerated cooperation between the military, universities, scientists, and industry. What had begun as an emergency response to conditions on the battlefields of Europe soon evolved into a permanent military capability. By the end of World War I, the United States had established the foundations of what would become its modern chemical warfare. The organizations, research programs, industrial partnerships, and military doctrines developed during these years would continue to influence American chemical warfare policy for decades after the fighting ended. This is interesting because early in World War I, they found blowing mustard gas and wind didn't go well. By the end of World War I, the United States had established the foundation of what would become its modern chemical warfare establishment. The organization's research programs, industrial partnerships developed in these years would come to develop the policy for decades after the fighting ended. And that's one of the more interesting aspects of this story. Early chemical warfare had a major practical problem: the wind. When chlorine gas was first used in World War I, commanders literally depended on favorable weather conditions. If the wind shifted unexpectedly, the gas could drift back into their own trenches. This happened often enough that chemical warfare planners quickly realized gas clouds were unreliable. Mustard gas changed the equation. Unlike chlorine, sulfur mustard did not depend entirely on a drifting cloud. It could be delivered by artillery shells directly onto enemy positions. So we have it right here. They learned to use mustard gas into those bullets and stuff, right? And now they're using spiked depleted uranium tips on things, right? The uranium I'm sensing is more of the tipping agent, not the main agent that they're using against us. I would propose the main agent is sulfur, but let me keep reading here. So, unlike chlorine, sulfur mustard did not depend entirely on a drifting cloud. It could be delivered by artillery shells directly onto enemy positions. So instead of merely poisoning the air, it contaminated the trenches, the bunkers, the equipment, clothing, soil, and the roads. A soldier could be injured hours after the shelling ended. Ironically, the military lessons learned from World War I did not lead to abandonment. They led to institutionalization. So, by the end of World War I, the United States had established the foundations of what would become its modern chemical warfare establishment. In other words, the military didn't look at the chaos of gas warfare and conclude never again. Instead, many planners concluded this: well, we need better research, better delivery systems, better protection, better protection, better production, and better doctrine. So by 1918, the United States had already created dedicated chemical warfare organizations, research laboratories, industrial manufacturing partnerships, training programs, and testing facilities. And that was even after the war ended. You gotta ask yourself, oh, why, after the war ended, did they start gunning for more, right? Well, then supposedly along came the Geneva Protocol that condemns chemical warfare. But that came along in 1925. Didn't really stop much. From 1930, I'll recap here, to 1940s, research continues. World War II comes up. Thousands of soldiers are exposed in testing programs. So the stuff they want to get rid of, this sulfur gas, they're still testing during World War II. During the Cold War, chemical weapons remained part of military planning. Boy, they just couldn't get rid of those chemicals now, could they? The 1990s, former test subjects are still seeking records and recognition. And that's what catches people's attention. The public's memory is this: the world saw mustard gas and rejected it. But the institutional history is more complicated. The world saw mustard gas, condemned it publicly, and then spent decades studying it, stockpiling it, testing it, and preparing for the possibility of using or defending against it. Those are really two different stories coming across at the same time, I would say. So if it's so dangerous, so all this stuff, why, oh, why do they keep hanging around with it? Well, because that leads us up to today, right? Because they had to hang on to it because they're working on a plan of eugenics and it's just getting rolling into action. So basically, publicly, after World War I, many nations condemned chemical warfare. The horrors of all the gas attacks created enormous public opposition. That eventually led to the Geneva Protocol. But privately, many of those same nations continued research, stockpiling, training, industrial production, and defensive preparations. And the United States was one of them leading it all. So the world publicly condemned chemical warfare after World War I. But the United States expanded and institutionalized its chemical warfare capabilities. So that's how that part of the story went. And then they covered it all up by, oh, well, no, we're not going to do anything else. We're going to have this Atoms for Peace program. So then the message became, well, yeah, atomic bombs were terrible, but atomic energy can power cities, drive industry, cure disease, and create a brighter future. The bomb was condemned. The atom was marketed. Why do I always say evil must come packaged as help? 100% in this case, exactly. And they even got people to accept the thing that they all feared the most. They got them to accept using that same chemical in their own bodies to fight the cancer that they probably got from those same chemicals. How circular really is this entire thing? So I will be back after I take a break in a day or two. So I'll be back to close out this horror show the best way I can soon. So hang in. So, in wrapping all this up, what becomes interesting is this: nuclear weapons are uniquely dangerous and must be restricted. That was the message, right? Then the next chapter of history becomes build reactors, mine uranium, train nuclear engineers, export nuclear technology, expand the nuclear industry. Well, a skeptic could look at history and ask, well, if radioactive contamination was considered one of the most serious dangers known to mankind, why did governments simultaneously spend decades encouraging the expansion of industries that handled radioactive materials? The question is not answered by the WMD label itself. It leads into economics, military strategy, energy policy, Cold War competition, and most importantly, public relations, where the story becomes much more complicated than the simple phrase weapons of mass destruction. Throughout the Cold War years, the fear that nuclear war might lead to the end of mankind provoked international action to prevent their further development and use. But even though the nuclear threat was a dominant theme of the Cold War, chemical and biological weapons never lost their stigma. It seems the fear of nuclear weapons, in fact, reinforced the fear of chemical and biological weapons. In the 1980s, it became clear that the international proscription of chemical weapons had not succeeded. The world was subjected to nightmarish images from the 1980s to 1988 Iran Iraq War of people suffering from the effects of mustard gas, sarin, and tabin. Here again, suffering greatly. When Iraq used gas to massacre thousands of civilians in Himalayas in 1988, the ensuing horror and moral outrage spurred the creation of the 1992 Convention on the Development, Production, Stockpiling, and Use of Chemical Weapons. And once again, the norm that all WMD are different from other weapons was reinforced. Rather than abandoning chemical warfare, many governments quietly continued their research programs. Publicly, nations condemned the horrors of poison gas. Privately, many prepared for the possibility that the next war would involve even more sophisticated forms of chemical warfare than the last. The world hoped chemical warfare had died in the trenches of World War I. Instead, it entered a new phase. The treaty reflected a contradiction that would shape international policy for decades. Nations agreed that chemical warfare was unacceptable, yet many were unwilling to surrender the military advantages they believed chemical weapons might provide. The result was a world in which chemical warfare was officially rejected but quietly preserved. One of the clearest examples came during Italy's invasion of Ethiopia in 1935. Despite international agreement, oh, excuse me, that was 1933. Despite international agreements and widespread public condemnation of poison gas after World War I, Italian forces used mustard gas against Ethiopian troops and civilians. Aircraft dropped chemical agents over large areas, and contaminated terrain became an additional weapon. The conflict served as a reminder that chemical warfare had not disappeared from modern military thinking. At the same time, Japan was expanding its own chemical weapons capabilities. Japanese military researchers increased production, improved delivery methods, and continued developing chemical warfare doctrine. As Japan's war in China expanded, chemical agents became one of several tools available to military commanders. These developments undermined the belief that the horrors of World War I had permanently discredited poison gas. While political leaders often spoke of international law and disarmament, military establishments continued preparing for conflicts in which chemical weapons might once again be used. By the end of the decade, it had become increasingly clear that chemical warfare had not been eliminated. It had merely survived in the shadows, waiting for the next major conflict to test whether the world's promise would hold. And of course, when war erupted between Japan and China in 1937, the world received further evidence that chemical warfare had not disappeared despite international agreements intended to prevent its use. Throughout that conflict, Japanese forces employed chemical agents against the Chinese troops, demonstrating that some governments still viewed chemical weapons as a legitimate military option when pursuing strategic objectives. The war in China became one of the most significant examples of chemical weapon use between World War I and the modern era. Chemical agents were used alongside the conventional weapons in an effort to break resistance, clear defensive positions, and gain tactical advantage on the battlefield. The conflict exposed the limitations of international treaties when enforcement mechanisms were weak and major powers were willing to ignore them. At that same time, chemical warfare research continued, advancing behind the scenes. Military laboratories in several countries remained active throughout the late 1930s and World War II. Scientists, in those white coats, sought compounds that were more effective, more stable, and easier to deliver than the gases used during World War I. Improvements in artillery, aircraft, and munition technology created new methods for dispersing chemical agents across large areas and with greater precision. The period also witnessed rapid advancements in chemistry itself. Researchers gained a deeper understanding of how toxic substances affected the human body, how environmental conditions influenced their effectiveness, and how protective equipment could be improved. Military planners increasingly viewed chemical warfare not as a relic of World War I, but as a field of science that continued to evolve alongside other military strategies. By the time World War II was underway, chemical warfare had become far more sophisticated than it had been in the trenches of Europe 2 decades earlier. Targeted poisonings were increasing, being examined as parts of the same strategic landscape. So when people hear Iran has nuclear facilities, the implied question is often, why does Iran need them? But the mirror question is this: why does the USA have so many reactors, enrichment facilities, laboratories, nuclear weapons plants, and thousands of nuclear warheads? The answers are usually very different depending on who is speaking. The American explanation is generally, well, we need it for electricity generation. Oh, we need it for naval propulsion for submarines and aircraft carriers. Oh, nuclear deterrence, because we got to keep those Russians away, right? Oh, we also need it for scientific research. What are the people in the white coats going to do? Oh, and also we could use those medical isotopes. And really, we need all of this because it's, in fact, national security, because the United States has to be, I would say, psychologically, and I'm no psychiatrist by any means, I would have to say they come across sounding rather paranoid, if you ask me. If every year you yell, somebody's out to get me. So let's get this straight. If every year or every podcast I got online and I started yelling into the microphone, somebody's out to get me. Somebody's out to get me. I need more and more weapons to stop these people from getting me, when in fact there's clear proof that no one's out to get me, what would exactly happen? Well, number one, I would immediately be locked up for that kind of thinking, right? Because it would appear to most people to be delusional. So just put the USA in that level of thinking, and yes, it really is pretty crazy talk, right? When you consider that if you say, well, when has the U.S. been attacked? They say, well, we got attacked on 9/11. Well, then you present the argument, well, actually, that was an inside job. So there is no history of this country being attacked, but there is a very large, large concerning history of why exactly does this country have all those nuclear things, right? Because what a great deflection. The best tool a psychopath has in their toolkit is to get the jump on everybody else first. So what they'll do is, if they're getting ready to be caught like lying and cheating, the first thing out of their mouth will be they will accuse their opponent of being the liar and the cheater and be all inflamed about the lying and cheating that's going on, that they're just helpless because of all the lying and cheating the other person is doing. So what'll happen is the other person becomes inflamed because after all they weren't lying and cheating, right? So they'll become come roaring back, yelling, "I wasn't lying and cheating. What are you talking about?" Well, that's the reaction that they want you to have, right? So then what they'll say is they'll turn around, they'll say, well, that proves my point. Did you see how crazy she got over that lying and cheating thing? Because if she wasn't really lying and cheating, no one would get that outrage. See how it all always flips back around. So somehow this country has been able to present themselves as these responsible people wearing these military uniforms, and, and they should be the one in charge of all this stuff. So what's fascinating historically is that almost every country tells a story in which its own nuclear activities are defensive and rational, while an adversary's nuclear activities are dangerous and threatening. The United States says things like, well, we need nuclear weapons because the world is dangerous. Well, I would have to say the world is dangerous because the United States is in it and in charge. Or Russia says, well, we need nuclear weapons because the world is dangerous. China says, we need nuclear weapons because the world is dangerous. India says we need nuclear weapons because the world is dangerous. Pakistan says, well, we need nuclear weapons because the world is dangerous. So you can probably see this pattern here, right? So this is why I always start at the root of things. So why did the United States build thousands of nuclear weapons and spend, what did I say, like 400? Well, they were up to 400 billion they've spent on those missiles, and then they have another plan to spend another billion or so. So yeah, they're racking in about 500 billion on these missiles and stuff. So then you ask the same question, why did the Soviet Union build thousands themselves? Well, because they're in on the same deal, right? So they got to grab that tax money. If you notice a pattern with all these Silicon Valley bros and stuff, they basically, well, you don't have to work very hard if you can bilk the US government tax dollars and all that money to come your way. I mean, Larry Ellison, all of his money came from the CIA setting up that Oracle, his company to begin with. It wasn't because Larry Ellison was this gifted genius. It was because it was set up as a government operation and it's been getting government subsidies all along. That's how they make their billions of dollars. It's not because, oh yeah, they're so smart. In between popping ketamine pills and being online and raging about this or that, they're really not as smart as people are giving them credit for. So, and I think you'd be quite surprised if somebody were to start talking back to them, how quickly a couple of words might make them crumble. But anyways, let me keep reading here. So yeah, so they all have this idea that the world is dangerous, right? So those questions, oh, so the other questions are this. So the people asking these questions about, well, they all need these weapons because it's dangerous, okay? But then no one ever asked, why did the US build thousands of nuclear weapons? Why did the Soviet Union build thousands? Why did Britain, France, China, India, Pakistan, and Israel pursue nuclear capabilities? Those questions push the discussion beyond Iran is bad or Iran is good and into the larger history of nuclear strategy, deterrence, and Cold War competition, because the world often debates why Iran wants nuclear capabilities. But few people ask why the existing nuclear powers decided they needed it in the first place, right? So that doesn't answer whether Iran should have a bomb. It's simply a reminder that every nuclear state has its own origin story, and those stories are often forgotten once a country becomes part of the established nuclear club. The official explanation from the USA, NATO, and other nuclear powers is this: nuclear powers are necessary for deterrence. If major powers possesses them, they are less likely to attack each other because the consequences would be catastrophic. Now that's some class A thinking, right? Hey, they got them. If they got them, we got to have them. The official explanation for non-proliferation is this: more countries with nuclear weapons means more chances of war, accidents, theft, miscalculations, regional arm races, and escalation. So the establishment position is essentially nuclear weapons are bad, but fewer nuclear powers are safer than many nuclear powers. So if there's only a few of us that have nuclear, the N group, then the rest of the world is going to be safer. Somehow that's what the logic is, right? Because here's what happens. This is the logic behind the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Yeah, these treaties, there's only really three of them, and they're kind of all three of them are crazy in their own way, okay? The nuclear weapons, non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, okay? That treaty was designed to stop the spread of nuclear weapons while also committing the existing nuclear powers to work toward disarmament. So they all said, yeah, we're going to work toward giving it up. So here's where and how many people started raising their eyebrows because here's the treaty. The treaty recognizes 5 countries as nuclear weapon states. And who are those 5 countries, you ask? Well, excellent question. The United States, Russia, China, United Kingdom, and France. Now, if you're wondering, well, why France? Well, France, I've talked about this in the past. My position is this, is that France, well, it's true. This has all been documented. France is bringing in a boatload of uranium out of Africa. The United States is bringing their uranium out of Russia. Okay. I believe that France is the distribution of uranium for the European market. So France has all the uranium. So whatever uranium they need to spice up their power plants with the uranium and the sulfur, well, the source is likely, okay, coming out of France. So that makes sense in this list also. So Russia, China, US, UK, and France. So, because they already possessed nuclear weapons before the treaty's cutoff date. So, so yeah, so all of these treaties, they're actually, when you dig into them, you have to kind of like to really dig into a lot of details, right, to get to this point. And I find all this stuff just really, if you would have asked me 20 years ago, would I be thinking that nuclear nuclear plants would be something I'd find interesting? I would have like screamed so loud you would have had to leave the room because it never would have entered my radar, right? And here I'm fascinated by anything nuclear, right? You give me a good nuclear story and I'm all over it. So yeah, so it's just interesting this because these 5 places, these 5 countries, um, already possessed nuclear weapons before the treaty's cutoff date. That's how they became the in crowd, okay? So critics look at that arrangement and say, hey, wait a minute. The countries that got here first are allowed to keep them, while everyone else is told they can't have them. And yes, that's exactly how it worked out, right? So they claim that's a fringe observation, but it has been a long standing criticism of the NPT, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaties systems itself. Yeah, pretty big. So when you say the whole thing feels like a red flag, it's really they set up these dual sides of these arrangements. Okay, so in this particular case, one principle was, well, nuclear weapons are so dangerous, nobody should have them. And another principle was this: nuclear weapons are so important for security that some countries must keep them. Those two ideas coexist uneasily. So the defenders of the system argue it's not fair, but it's safer than allowing 20 or 30 nuclear armed states. But the critics argue it's a permanent hierarchy where the existing powers reserve rights for themselves that they deny to others. So that's why the nuclear debate often becomes philosophical as much as technical. So the question underneath all of it is this: is the goal a world with no nuclear weapons, or is the goal a world where only certain countries have nuclear weapons? And those are obviously very different goals. So, yeah, you got that club of 5 people pretty much running the deal, right? So, what does all this involve? Well, the USA opened, there were 3 openings of nuclear power stations. One was Russia, UK, and the United States. And all 3 of them were, they lied to the public about what they were really building them for, okay? But they become in different categories, right? Those were actual just nuclear power plants, whereas this one is a commercial one. Okay, so in 1957, the United States opens a place called Shippingport Atomic Power Station, America's first commercial nuclear power plant. The same year, the United States signs a civilian nuclear cooperation agreement with Iran. So today, many people think the Iranian nuclear story starts with the Ayatollah and centrifuges. It doesn't. It starts with Washington, D.C. around 1960. So, because around 1960, France detonates the first atomic bomb. 1964, China detonates its first atomic bomb. So, the future 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council are now all nuclear powers. So, by 1964, all 5 permanent members of the Security Council possess nuclear weapons themselves. So, and the same 5 countries also hold veto power on the Security Council. That's why I have to write all this stuff down because it can get so crazy once you figure out where the nutty parts are, these conventions and these treaties and stuff. It's almost like you're almost relieved that you find them, and they're almost so comical because they're almost so insane sounding. And this thing has almost been set up perfectly, because for years, a lot of us were talking about, the things about, early pedophilia with the people in charge and all that kind of stuff with, Pizzagate and all that kind of stuff. And pretty much everybody wrote all of us off as just insane, right? And that's the thing about this entire thing. They come up with these things that are really nutty and insane, right? If you take the time to look them up and really understand what they are, you, in fact, yourself appear nutty and insane because the premise is nutty and insane to begin with, right? So, okay, so let me try to work our way through this. So, by 1964, all 5 permanent members of the Security Council possessed nuclear weapons. So, and also, they all hold veto power on the Security Council. So that means the nations with the most authority inside the UN security structure became the same nations that possessed nuclear arsenal. Now, is that just the most fabulous coincidence on the planet? are are these people just evil strategic planners, right? So anyhow, whether that happened by design or simply because they were the major victorious powers of World War II is where historians and political analysts disagree. So, the 5 victorious great powers of World War II became the permanent members of the Security Council, and by 1964, all 5 had nuclear weapons. That's why you'll often hear them refer to them collectively as the P5 nuclear powers. So, when the United Nations was created in 1945, the Soviet Union held the seat. After the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, Russia inherited that permanent seat and veto power. So, as for everyone hates Russia, well, it seems like they've been in on the plan all along, if you ask me. But of course, this is an individual decision, right? I can only share with you what I found. You'll have to decide how it makes any sense at all, right? Oh, okay. So because they're always criticizing Russia, and since the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, Russia still remains a permanent Security Council member. Russia still has veto power. Russia still possesses one of the world's largest nuclear arsenals. Many countries continue diplomatic, economic, and military relationships with Russia. Yes, the USA have sanctions against Russia, but of course there's a clause written in that they can still get uranium. Well, why is that, right? Obviously, they need uranium for something here at home, right? Well, let's think about that. They're using a bit of uranium to tip warheads and stuff, right? that we already have figured out, right? Because they know if they put some uranium on the tip of some sort of bullets and stuff like that, that it will penetrate things better because of how the uranium works, right? But they don't need to like slather it in there, okay? So they just need a tiny bit. So, but they also would have a need to have some uranium for these power stations, right? So they could put a spice of uranium in there with the sulfur, which would be pretty easy to do because they both look alike, right? So if it shows up at your nuclear power plant and you're the engineer and you unpack this stuff that's supposed to be the uranium that you're looking for the equipment or whatever you're doing to generate so-called electricity, well, you're going to look at it and think, yep, that's it, right? Because it looks exactly the same, right? And it also does register slightly on a Geiger counter, which is also kind of concerning, right? So all they have to do would be to sprinkle in the uranium before that sulfur delivery hits that power station. So now you've really narrowed down how many people know what's going on, right? So the uranium could actually travel to the power station. It would look like a shipment from Russia with uranium in it, but it's really a touch of uranium with a bunch of sulfur because remember, Russia is your friend, so it would probably come packaged however you asked it to be packaged, right? And I really am guessing here, but when you get up that level in the chain, probably not a lot of people really know what's going on, and it would be very diced up. And those people would be scared to death that it would be happening to them. So they're going to keep their mouths shut, right? So it appears to me at this point that everybody is working together, right? And one of the reoccurring criticisms of the UN system is that the Security Council reflects the power structure of 1945 more than the world of today. Countries such as India, Germany, Japan, and Brazil have all been proposed at various times as possible permanent members. But changing the system is extremely difficult, right? Because the existing permanent members would have to agree. Yeah, that's quite a little catch right there. So, the irony many observers point out is that the Security Council was designed so the major military powers would stay inside the system rather than outside of it. The founders feared that if a great power could simply be voted out, it might ignore the organization entirely. So even when the permanent members strongly disagree, as happens frequently, they still keep their seats and vetoes. Yeah, well, they have a vested interest in keeping them, right? All of them have a vested interest because everybody's playing part of the game. So despite decades of tensions, the permanent membership has not changed since 1945, except that Russia took over the Soviet Union seat in 1991. But if you listen to policymakers, technology executives, venture capital firms, and defense partners, the argument often sounds like this. Well, this is an example of how they spend the PR away from themselves. They say things today like, well, artificial intelligence will determine economic, military, and technological leadership in the 21st century. If the United States slows down, China could gain that advantage. So that argument is basically being used today to justify massive AI investments, new data centers, more electrical generation, semiconductor manufacturing, talent recruitment, government support for AI research, military AI programs. So the irony is that China is also on that Security Council, right? And also, I always want to bring back this point. China also manufactures between China and India all the pills that all these countries gobble down. So they're all part of the exact same thing, right? So um, there was the naval race before World War One, the atomic race after World War Two, the space race between the United States and the Soviet Union, the internet revolution. And I think it's as simple as this. How are the tech bros going to do this? Well, they've gone as far as they could possibly get with their own brain level, right? They've played out the game with Apple and those iPhones, right? Because they really what new technology has really come out of that place, right? Uber or Airbnbs. AI is really the next big way to get lot their hands because the missiles are being run out and they need AI to also grab more tax revenue, right? And it fascinates me because critics point out that China will win if we don't act now. And what's really interesting is that, it's really just marketing if you kind of peel it all back, right? Because in the nuclear era in the late 40s and 50s, the fear that they pushed was this: well, the Soviets are catching up. And today, the message is also China's catching up. So, see, they've created two great people, China and Russia, that they could really use in how they heist money into their own pockets, right? Because as long as everybody remains worried about China and all that and Israel, then what's going on within the United States is how many nuclear things they have. What are they up to? All of that stuff seems to me at least to kind of be getting deflected in this whole picture, right? Because everybody, if you scan around social media, is almost like watching some kind of black comedy, black humor unfold, right? Because they're all yelling the same theme, right? The people that are supporting AI are yelling, we got to do this because of China. And so it's just like almost you feel like you're in this insane loop with people, right? And part of the team didn't seem to get the whole message that China's part of the whole scam themselves, right? So to sit around foaming at the mouth about China's going to be doing this and that when you're taking pills that came from China, you're sitting in a chair that came from China. China really played their part in this way, and this is just my opinion. They allowed China to become a big manufacturer because they didn't have restrictions and stuff on what they could build, how much formaldehyde they could spray around and stuff, and the building process of all the things they started bringing into this country through Walmart, like, cheap, cheap things to put around your house and all that kind of stuff. Well, China was a good ally because China kept the American working class off of their lack of new salaries because people felt like they could still buy more goods because now they had the access to all these cheap China goods. See how it all works together? So yeah, they really, as far as I can see, in all these cases, the one thing that I find interesting about AI, unlike the nuclear weapons people, is that AI it's not controlled by a handful of government laboratories. What they're controlled by are actually companies who I would argue are set up and run by the government in some fashion, right? I mean, they have all these ways to do cutouts, so one company is really hiring you and not the other company. So I would have to say that companies like OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, Meta, and the Chinese firms like Alibaba and Tencent, you got to figure that. Do you really think they're going to let somebody they don't like get to that level of business? Well, of course not, because these people are really just think of them as sales reps for how they rake in all their money for whatever their satanic origins are, because it's just this round robin thing, right? Because the internet emerged from research funded by the Defense Advanced Research Project, or DARPA. GPS originated as a military project. Many semiconductor advances were supported by defense spending. Much early AI research was conducted at universities such as Stanford University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, and Carnegie Mellon University. Government agencies funded research grants long before AI became commercially attractive. So One criticism is that the public often sees only the final stage, the corporation making billions of dollars, while missing decades of publicly funded research that helped create the technology itself. The opposing argument, this is what the Silicon Valley bro people say, is that government and university research is usually too slow and uncertain for private investors. So taxpayers should fund the early, high risk science while companies turn discoveries into usable products. So, yeah, the American system has often been a partnership among government funding, university research, private industry, military, or strategic priorities. And major universities receive taxpayer grants, corporate funding, alumni donations, and government contracts. And just to top it all off, most of the major universities, like Harvard and them, have quite a little history they don't like to talk about, that most of them were actually built with slave labor. So these people are really parasites from start to finish, right? So, because that places them at the crossroads where science, politics, business, and government interests sometimes intersect. I would say full time intersect. So, yes, they all seem to kind of run in the same little packs, now don't they? And I've looked up several of them. I know, like Sergey from Google, one of them came straight out of Russia. Straight out of Russia himself. Why isn't somebody yelling about that, right? Stanford University was founded by Leland Stanford, one of the big four railroad barons. Historians have debated the labor practices, political influence, and power associated with the railroad era. Harvard University has published research on its own historic ties to slavery and benefited from wealth connected to enslaved labor. So, Yale, Princeton, and many other early American institutions have also examined historical links to slavery, colonialism, or racial exclusion. Yeah, well, if you're a black family, do a little test yourself. Enroll your kid in one of these schools and see if you make it through the hurdles, right? I could go through a ton of statistics right now, but I really don't have the time. But here's the basic outcome. They come up with these strategies and say, well, yeah, we're going to have all these, give all these people grants and stuff to come to our elite universities. Well, people now, the joke now is this: some universities are really hedge funds with classrooms attached because they have billions and billions of dollars sitting in the bank. Plus, they get all this taxpayer money because the basic flow is the government cooks up these evil plans. Their buddies at the universities and stuff, they get funded by the government to pull off these evil plans. And yeah, so that's exactly how it all works. So, and it all is on the thankful backs of the working people. Working people pay taxes through income taxes, payroll taxes, sales taxes, property taxes, and other taxes. So governments fund research grants, student aid programs, and university projects. Elite universities receive significant amounts of public funding. Admission to those institutions is highly competitive and often easier for students from wealthier families. Therefore, the public helps finance institutions that many taxpayers will never ever attend. That, my friends, is the irony that I find the most offensive out of all this, that they get built by slaves, deny it for years until they get caught, and they wouldn't let most of us in if they had to, right? So the whole question is, should public money primarily benefit the general public directly? Or can it be justified when routed through large institutions that claim to generate broader benefits later that have to do with our health and other issues that they're being funded for? I would have to say we have a pretty polluted field. So let's talk about Iran and some specifics. In 1967, America provides Iran with the Tehran Research Reactor. American universities then train Iranian scientists to how to work the highly enriched uranium fuel that is supplied by them. Nobody in Washington is warned about an uranium bomb because the Shah is considered one of America's closest allies. Okay. Later, late in 1960 to the 1970s, a strange contradiction appears. The United States is building thousands of nuclear weapons. The Soviet Union is building thousands of nuclear weapons. Britain possesses nuclear weapons. France possesses nuclear weapons. China possesses nuclear weapons. Yet those same countries are creating rules designed to stop additional countries from joining the club. This becomes the foundation of the modern nuclear order. Then in 1970, Iran signs the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or the NPT. The deal is this: existing nuclear powers keep their weapons. Everyone else agrees not to build them. Supporters then argue this prevents global nuclear chaos. So critics immediately note the contradiction. So the contradiction is essentially that when Iran signs the deal, what happens is everybody gets to keep their weapons from that point on. And that happened in 1970, okay? So then at the same point in 1970, the Shah of Iran wants a very large nuclear program, and plans are discussed for numerous reactors to be built in Iran. Western governments support the effort, and actually German firms begin work at Bushehr. French companies get involved, American companies want contracts. So at this stage, no one is saying Iran shouldn't have nuclear technology. That argument did not even exist, okay? But all these countries were already in Iran, busy as little bees building this nuclear stuff, right? And that was 1970. So 1974, India conducts its first nuclear test. The test shocks much of the world and increases concerns about proliferation. And the turning point comes in 1979. And here's an interesting thing that happens, so pay attention. The Iranian Revolution changes everything. The Shah is overthrown. Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power. The American embassy hostage crisis follows. So then Iran goes from ally to adversary almost overnight. Gee, almost like World War II. China and Russia were just fighting away, losing all kinds of people, and then boom, right after World War II, the Cold War starts, and they're the biggest enemies on the planet, right? So, yeah, 1979, the Iranian Revolution changes everything. The Shah gets kicked out. The American embassy hostage crisis follows. So Iran goes from ally to adversary almost overnight. Gee, imagine that, right? But nothing about the nuclear changes, nothing about the uranium changes. What changes is who controls it. Because here's the interesting part, because after 1979, the general feeling was, well, how can we stop Iran from building nuclear capabilities? So, so then, of course, 1980 to 1988, Iran fights Iraq. The war kills hundreds of thousands, and Iran sees chemical weapons used against its own soldiers. So many Iranian leaders later point to this experience and conclude this: the world will not protect us. This becomes part of Iran's security thinking. So then, in the 1990s, Iran quietly rebuilds part of its nuclear infrastructure, and sanctions increase, suspicions increase. The nuclear issue becomes central to relations with the West. And I might point out this little detail here. I always used to wonder about, well, the fact that if you look at a map of Iran and you look for military bases, U.S. military bases, you'll find an interesting thing that Iran is completely surrounded by military bases, U.S. military. So obviously, no one's obviously thought about unmarked planes, right? So how hard would it be for the U.S. military to be hopping back and forth between Iran? Because I discovered a very interesting thing because a lot of people in the blog world have been coming up with some very interesting things, and you never run into them on social media. And one thing that I ran into that was very fascinating about Iran was that, um, and it's actually a very clever deal because, I mean, who would really go to Iran and just kind of start looking around, right? Because all this fear, like, look how they dress, look how they act, they got all this nuclear, oh my God, worry about Iran. Well, here's what's really true is that Iran is the drug route because I became fascinated with routes in the last few years. And so, the criminals in charge actually Iran is how the drugs run from that part of how the drugs run from that part of the world. And I did a show about it, so I'm not going to over engage about it right now. But yeah, all this building up fear about Iran, I can see it has served several purposes that, well, it made the capability for them to be able to run drugs through that particular region. And, the US military is on all of those same trade routes. So, you do the math, right? So anyhow, so moving along this thinking, the 1990s, Iran quietly rebuilds part of its nuclear infrastructure and get more sanctions and blah blah blah. So the Gulf War demonstrates overwhelming American military power after the collapse. Blah blah blah. Okay, so the nuclear debate increasingly becomes tied to regime survival. So about 1998, India and Pakistan openly test nuclear weapons. The nuclear club grows despite decades of non-proliferation efforts. So, yeah, I don't know. People seem to want to think that uh, Iran has all this nuclear capabilities, but if you take an honest look, that well, they have one reactor, okay, and the U.S. has 92. So personally, if I were to guess, like if I was worried about who I should be worried about, well, I don't know. Maybe it's strange, but I think I would worry about the person that has more of these nuclear capabilities, not the person who actually has less, right? So I would have to say it's been a pretty excellent marketing campaign, is what it's been about Iran, right? Because if you believe, I believe that it's pretty well laid out that it is a drug route, or I would not have had a show about it. So if you believe that side of the story, you just take a different kind of look at Iran and what their capabilities are. And what it shows me is this, is that Iran has won. So Iran has the capabilities to produce the uranium for that splicing of uranium that they need to put together with the sulfur to be able to do in their own people. So that's what it shows me is that that one power plant shows me that yes, they are upping the game. I think most countries and people, anytime you're using electricity, no matter what your country, where you're at, whether you have a smart meter or not, what's likely happening is you're still getting dirty electricity. It just gets enhanced if you live in a place like these five countries where they're also bringing in their uranium. So that creates the different picture here. So, anyway, so yeah, and every place along the way, because for example, in 2015, the Obama administration negotiates a nuclear deal with Iran, and supporters believe that Iran is going to keep its knowledge anyway, so better to inspect than to bomb. And so, anyhow, so they make a big deal about all these things, but nothing ever gets resolved, right? Just like the deal now between Iran and whether this, the place opens for the ships to go Hormuz or whatever it is. Every day, this is so scripted because every day is, yep, tomorrow we're signing a deal with Iran. at the end of the day, you hear, nope, the deal fell through. So this is just scripted because every day that goes by, well, cha-ching, cha-ching, right? Need I say more? So anyhow, so Trump actually signed an agreement. Let me see. Obama signed the agreement in 2015. 2018, Trump withdraws from the agreement. His position is this: the deal delayed the problem but did not solve it. Leaving the deal removes the restriction. So, yeah, there's always some reason for it, right? So, the public conversation usually starts here that Iran has enriched uranium. But if you trace the root backwards, the story looks very different. So, the timeline for all of this: 1945, America builds a bomb. 1949, Soviet Union builds a bomb. 1950, America spreads nuclear technology to allies. 1954, the Soviet Union opens the world's first grid connected nuclear power plant at Opsynix. The plant is small by modern standards, but demonstrates that nuclear energy can generate electricity for civilian use. So that's the point, 1954, that the Soviet Union, if my theory is correct, they started going after their own people. And in 1956, the UK opens Calder Hall. So yeah, so the Russians open first. Calder Hall is recognized as the first commercial scale. Yeah, there's all these categories, right? But anyway, so 1957, the U.S. So it went 1954, Russia, UK, 1956, and U.S., 1957, right in a row, right? So I would have to conclude that those are definitely target countries, right? So I would have to say, if you're living in one of those countries, I would say for sure you got some really serious dirty electricity problems. So anyway, so I think we're all kind of getting the point here, right? The debate over Iran's nuclear program often begins with the uranium enrichment sanctions and the threats of war. What is rarely discussed is that the Joint Comprehension Plan of Action, or the JCPOA, was not designed to eliminate Iran's nuclear knowledge, scientific expertise, or long term nuclear ambitions. Critics argue that the agreement merely slowed certain activities while allowing key infrastructure, research programs, and nuclear expertise to remain intact. In their view, the deal traded immediate restrictions for future uncertainty, creating a temporary pause rather than a permanent solution. So I think that anybody taking an honest look at these treaties would find that, well, according to me, they appear to have, I would have to say, well, I would have to say they have some pretty significant flaws in them, right? So, yeah, because they focus on the uranium enrichment when, well, on the fact that Iran only has a single operating thing. And there's also concern from the U.S. that Israel and others is that enriched uranium can potentially be used for either civilian fuel. Yeah, of course it can be. And the other thing that's questionable is that um, nobody really understands, for some reason, what Israel has. So is Israel just plain bluffing all of this? What? I don't know. When you're playing a like an actor fueled game or something with other people on a game board, yeah, you all kind of take different positions, right? And a lot of them just seem to also change positions. So I've got all the history for you to take a look at minute by minute, but my personal view is that the Iran thing is really just a cover story, right? So every minute that everybody's talking about, well, Iran has enriched uranium, they're going to get nuclear again, they're going to bomb the rest of us. Well, that is time that nobody is spending using their heads and thinking about, well, yeah, okay, but what does this mean? what does this really mean when you add in that Army memo as far as their plans for, well, getting rid of people, right? Using these kind of subversive kind of, they can't smell it, they can't feel it, which in a lot of ways is actually brilliant in a very evil sense because they're in the process of killing off their enemies, if you believe this whole end times thing. So the plan is to get rid of us so they can have a satanic world, right? And so they want to get rid of us so desperately, and they also use money as how they kind of calculate who's winning in this deal in their own world and stuff, right? So I guess in getting rid of us, for every minute that all the people they're getting rid of are so confused about how they're getting rid of us that nobody is thinking about that is happening in their own house. And it's interesting because remember those horror movies always had the killer was in the inside kind of drama to them, right? And I think in this case, the killer really is inside, right? Where everybody would least expect it. And it's, in fact, a pretty crude plan if you look at it, right? Because, just keep your eyes on, if you have a smart meter anywhere near you, keep your eyes on to make sure that you don't have any transformers. And you could actually start going around your own neighborhood and you could figure out if anybody in your neighborhood is being targeted because just follow the transformers. So it is actually crazily easy, right? But yet, what they want to present to you is that, oh, they're looking inside of your home, they're digging through your trash, they're doing all this stuff, when really, fundamentally, it's actually a very, very simple plan, right? And this leads me because I've been trying to look at who are these people, right? So, and how did we get here? And what do we do now? So, yeah, it opens up every stop along the way seems to open up more questions and more thought along the way as far as what really is this all about? People get this idea that it's some sort of high-tech matrix, and really it's probably as simple as when I'm describing it. If they don't like you, they'll hook up a transformer to a smart meter, and that's the whole plan, and they had to follow the exact theory I've been talking about all along, that evil has to come packaged as help. So yeah, um, they tell people, well, we're going to install these smart meters because we'll help you with these utility bills. So yeah, everything along the way has been sold as some sort of confidence game, right? That, yeah, we're here to help you. Look, we'll give you smart meters. And then really the whole goal is is to get rid of the rest of us. And, you know, part of the process when you get sulfur into your system is you eventually start to lose your mind, right? It's actually the most evil genius thing on the planet because, in the end, the people that they're after will not know that they're being targeted, number one, and they will lose their mind. So even if they start to catch on, they'll forget. You have to see the irony in all of this, right? There is a lot of irony that has to do with all this. And it sort of starts to answer my basic question that I've had for all these years. I came up with this question when I was, in fact, living in California and working in Silicon Valley when I first identified that who are these people? And they all kind of seem like psychopaths. 30 years later, I'm kind of coming to the same conclusion. And it's not really the evil plot that people seem to want to have. This plot is not anything that's going to cause headlines because, you know, what people get engaged in is somebody on social media telling them that this is going to be like the Matrix, right? That they're going to be, I mean, they're doing some rudimentary things. Sure, they're putting cameras on every corner and all that kind of stuff, but, it's not like they want you to think that they're going to be controlling your mind and all that kind of stuff. The bottom line is, through all this testing, here again, they were just doing awful things to the rest of us, right? So they could learn to do more awful things to the rest of us in the future. So I don't know. To me, for somebody who wants to stop nuclear, but yet they continue with it, for somebody who says all these things, but the opposite, all these treaties don't seem to exactly work out like they said they would. I don't know. For me, all of this leads me to my question starts to get answered better as far as who are these people. We can see their faces and stuff, right? And their motivation is there, but it's also convoluted. So really, I think this is more about electricity and how it's being pumped into our homes. And the nuclear power is just kind of like part of the sideshow, right? Um, they got us to agree to live inside of homes with, all this wood and all this siding and all that kind of stuff. And most people are really against opening their windows, which I find really strange. I've always liked to have my windows open, no matter when it was cold or whatever. I've always been a person to have my windows open. So, in closing, I'd like to give you a little lesson again about if you decide to get your windows open and minimize your risk of being on the game board and getting hit with, what's going on inside of your own home, really the only solution is fresh air from outside. And you're going to go, well, the air is polluted. Well, okay, pick your challenges, okay? The only way out of it, you're not going to be able to find a humidifier or, well, a humidifier is a different case, but they sell these things that will clean the air inside of your home. Well, good luck on that deal because those things are hundreds of dollars, and no, it's not going to clean the sulfur out of the air or that touch of uranium. So, what you need to do is get fans. Get fans blowing fresh air inside and create an environment of fresh air inside of your home. When you're buying fans, you need to understand this. You need to look for what is called the CFM, okay? I was laughing the other day because I have this fan that I've had for a number of years before I understood the CFM part. And that fan was so well marketed because it's called a Vornado and it's called a whole room whole room fan, right? Well, when you understand the CFM, that that discriminant tells you what the motor is on the fan, okay? And also, when you turn a fan off or on, you don't, most fans will start off on the high degree. Well, if you want to turn it to low, you got to let it slow down and engage each time in between. Like, don't just zip it from high to low, okay? Because every time you zip it, you impact those tiny little metal things in that motor. Okay, so here's what the CFM is. That fan that I paid $75 for, the Vernado fan that was supposed to be the whole air fan. Well, that fan, I looked it up just for humor myself, and that fan was about less than 1,000 CFMs, okay? A standard box fan, which can be used like to put in a window, and I recommend using 20-pound picture wire to hang these fans. No matter what kind of size window you have, it's very easy to hang them using some picture wire. Don't get any heavier than 20-pound because it becomes too hard to work. But anyway, so your average um, box fan runs between $25 and $75. And it really varies about the design because your average box fan is about 2,000 CFMs. So the fan that I switched to in this room, the one that I caused so much noise in this room, was I switched to, for the summertime, I switched to what they're called commercial fans or floor fans. And they're very easy to hang up at a window. Now, the fans that I have in this room now are 5,000 CFMs, okay? Which is quite a difference from a 2,000 CFM box fan. And I only paid $50 for a 5,000 CFM fan. So when you shop for fans, I don't care how much money you have, it does not matter. If you want to clear out the air inside of your house, you need to watch the CFMs before you buy any fan because you'll look at a fan and you'll think, yeah, that's a fan for me because of all these marketing things, right? Well, if you look at the CFM, you'll probably discover, no, that's not the fan for me. Because there's like this one fan called the Woos. Everybody's like, "Oh, this is a great fan." And I looked that one up. That was less than 1,000 CFMs. Those things, you'd be better off having your cat blow on top of you to get better air than you would be one of those really small, expensive fans that don't have good CFM. So that's all I know about all of that. So I don't know. I don't know. The question is about It's not really about Iran. It's about they all are working together in this thing, from what I can tell. But that's only my viewpoint. I'm not sharing my work so you can come to the conclusion that I'm readily crazy. Maybe you have something to add to it. I don't know. But I have these big questions like who benefits from all this stuff? And it appears to me it seems to be heading in one significant direction. I don't know. It's just the impression that I have. So I don't know. You have your own impressions. I don't know. What are they? So I need to close off this file and this show. So be safe out there and goodbye for now. And who is that man over there in the corner? Who knows? Soon we'll find out, right? Be safe out there and goodbye.